community is a part of this challenge. For those of you who have made it to this round, you've actually competed with 12,500 students who registered for this competition. And eventually we narrowed it down to some 1250 odd folks who submitted their ideas, and we selected the top 236 entries, which underwent a round of screening with KPMG jury, and then we picked up the top 14 teams. We've done one round of the competition last Saturday on 30th Jan, and today is the second round. There are 7 teams that are going to be presenting today. I would like to congratulate all of you for making it to this round of the competition, and we can have some polite applause for all of you in a virtual setup, of course. Thank you. Moving on to what we do in terms of this competition, not just in India but globally also. So KIC is a platform for you to really understand the service offerings that KPMG has, how we work with our clients, how we get multidisciplinary teams to come together and deliver those cutting-edge solutions. This is an opportunity for you to get mentored by KPMG professionals at each stage of the competition, really understand the work that KPMG does, understand the work of consulting, and evaluate consulting as a career, evaluate KPMG, as a platform to launch your career. And at each stage of this competition, we are evaluating people for pre-placement interviews. So irrespective of whether your team makes it or doesn't make it to the next round, you still have that opportunity to make it for at least getting evaluated for careers at KPMG. Now, what's in it for the students apart from this whole mentoring opportunity, understanding the world of consulting? The top 2 teams of the challenge that win our national finale, which is scheduled in February, will get a guaranteed internship with KPMG. They will also be entitled to a cash prize of 4 lakh rupees. The winning team will get 4 lakhs and the runners-up will get 2 lakhs. And they will get an opportunity to represent India in the global finale, which actually sees participation for 50,000 students globally each year, and about 25 odd countries. And the top, teams from each country come and represent and fight it out for the title of the global champion. So it's a matter of pride for the team that represents India. And last year, very happy to inform you that the team from India, won the global finals. We are the defending champions. This was the team from IIT Dhanbad. Our objective, of course, is to give you an opportunity to really build your network. The global finale is a 2-day virtual event. In this scenario, we've as well had these competitions in Amsterdam, Argentina, and a host of other exciting places. But given the pandemic, we've shifted to a virtual format. This is a 2-day fun-filled event where you get to interact with a lot of senior folks and partners from KPMG, build your network with people all across the world, benchmark your skills. And, this is a network that's here to stay for life. And, while you do all of that, by way of your interactions, you explore opportunities for your careers, not just, in the Indian context, but globally with the organization. This event sees participation from various heads of HR, from, KPMG member firms, our global head of HR, and also our global CEO from KPMG. So exciting times ahead for teams that move forward. Now, I will quickly run you through the jury for today. So we have our esteemed jury here today. There are a bunch of KPMG and partners and directors who will be taking you, in fact, taking you to task about your presentations, your ideas. And there are a bunch of very friendly and kind people as well. So please do not feel intimidated. They're here to guide you. They're here to identify what would it really take for India to win that global title. So I'm going to first, before I introduce, we'll just have a quick round of applause for our jury members who spared the time to come join us on a Saturday and be here with us. Moving on to their introductions. So we have with us today Brijendra Kumar, who's a partner with us in our IGH practice, Sonal Waghela, who's a director with us in our IGH practice, and Debabrata Guha, who's a director with us in our IGH practice. What does IGH mean? It's a jargon I'm using. It is our infrastructure, government, and healthcare practice. A lot of work that we do with the government, on marquee projects, a lot of work that we do in the infrastructure segment. The budget's been focusing on that as well. We will talk more about it. We will hear from some of our panelists eventually towards the end of this session about the work we do and why is KPMG a really exciting place to be in. And that information will flow in from varied people in our jury to give you a perspective of different service offerings we have and how can you really build your career at KPMG. The next set of our jury members here are from our information technology advisory practice, which is part of our digital service offerings. We have Rahul Singhal, who's a partner with us in the digital services practice, Meryl Cherian, who's a partner with us in the same team, digital services, Bhavna Advani, who's a director with us in digital services, and Sri Charan Saripalli, who's a director with us in the digital services practice. Moving on to the next set of our jury members, we have Rajiv Kakkar, who's a partner with us in our risk consulting practice. Again, a very interesting group. Rajiv will talk about eventually, what type of work we do here and what are the kind of opportunities we offer in this group. We have Koshi Thomas, who's a director with us in the same group of risk consulting. Amit Rumta, who's a partner with us in our deal advisory practice, and Vishnu Pillai, who's a partner with us in our digital services team, focusing on DTI, as you see there, which is digital and technology implementation. Vishnu will also talk about what are the kind of opportunities that could come your way from the lens of digital technology and implementation. Moving on to the next set of our jury members, we have Ritesh Tiwari, who's a partner with us in our risk consulting practice. A lot of you would be familiar with Ritesh. He is a KIC 2021 leader, and he's been extensively involved in mentoring students. Some of you have had sessions in the past that we've run for you. We have Biswajit Das, who's a director with us in our digital services practice, and Anuj Kumar, who's an associate director with us in the digital services practice. Biswa and Anuj are also the coaches for the India team as we keep moving forward towards the global round. You will see more of them and interact more of them with them during the subsequent rounds of the competition. Now, just a quick overview of who are our 7 teams. We've been talking about these, and the order in which we bring up these teams and the introductions are also the order in which they're presenting today. We've done a lucky draw last evening, with these teams which determine the order of presentations. Like I keep saying, that the team that goes first, you don't have to get intimidated, because that's when you set the bar for the jury and make life miserable, or at least a little difficult for the ones that come towards the end. So quickly looking at our teams for today, our first team that is going to be presenting is Team Concept Crew from Symbiosis Center of Management in HR, SCM Pune. They have a very exciting idea. Looking forward to hearing from them on it. The second team that is going to be presenting today is Team Rocket from SP Jain Institute of Management and Research, Mumbai. Interesting names these teams have, and we'd love to know more about those names as we, invite them to share their presentations. The next team for the day today is Team Deadpool. Again, a very interesting name. We've been very curious as to why you're calling yourselves Team Deadpool. You guys are from XLRI Jamshedpur. Following Deadpool, next in order is Team Blisscare from GH Raisoni College of Engineering, Nagpur. And with Blisscare, we'll have the next team presenting, which is the team from, just quickly looking at the order, Team IOTA from Sri Ram College of Commerce, SRCC. It's interesting, SRCC is our only grad team here, but I think in the past few competitions, what we've observed is that these are a brilliant lot of folks. So anybody who's looking at, really judging how things are going to go, I can tell you that SRCC and all of our other grad teams have put up a very, very tough competition for their competitors in the past few competitions. Moving on to our next team, this is the 6th team of the day, which is Team Expecto Winnow from IIT ISM Dhanbad. This team, of course, their predecessors are the defending champions. And I'm quite certain that they've got their bar set already. So we'd love to see what they're presenting today. And the last team for the day, of course, is the team GT Road from SP Jain Institute of Management. Interesting name. Yesterday, when we quizzed them, they told us that we are keeping a surprise for today in terms of revealing why we are calling ourselves GT Road. We do have two teams from SP Jain, and I think we were just trying to explore who's competing with whom, but I think they've been exchanging best practices with each other, and I'm quite certain that they will fare well in this competition. With that, we're going to quickly move on to the rules of the competition, some ground rules. And okay, before we move on to the rules, we have the agenda. So today's competition will kick off with our first three presentations, as you can see on the screen. This will be followed by a quick break for 15 minutes at 11:30. And eventually we come back to witness the next set of two presentations, and we break for lunch at around 12:35. Post which, this is a 30-minute lunch break, post which we reassemble to see our last two presentations. And after that, we have a very exciting series of contests lined up for you. They're very exciting prizes, not just for folks here, but also folks who are watching us via the live stream today. And we will also have some of our speakers talk to you about their experiences, their journeys, and what brings them to work every day, what's really, why have they stayed with KPMG all this while, and why you should consider KPMG as a career, when it comes to launching your careers. Last, of course, is the judges' inputs that we will seek once they finish the deliberation and the announcement of the results. And we will be not just announcing the results for the competition per se, but also all the contests that we are running. Before we move on to this, just wanted to put this out there for people who are here on this platform and folks who are watching us via live stream. We will be open to taking some of your questions about KPMG, anything and everything that you want to know about the firm. Feel free to ask us. Put up those questions on the Dare to Compete YouTube live stream link. We will collate your questions from there. We are doing this until about 1:30, 2 p.m. So make sure that if you have anything to ask us, you put your queries there, and we'll make sure that when our jury is speaking to you, when our speakers are talking to you about their experiences, these get addressed. Looking at the ground rules for today, and I think I've just reiterated them to our jury. I've also spoken to the teams yesterday. So just a quick overview. Each team has 10 minutes to present, and they also have 10 minutes for Q&A. We will have buzzers that will be that will go off on the 8th minute of the presentation to give you a heads up that you just left the 2 minutes, and eventually we'll have a buzzer that will go off on the 10th minute. The same is applicable to our jury members as well during the Q&A. Please ensure that you do not exceed the timeline, and we are also restricting Q&A only to our judging panel at this point of time. So, if you have questions that you want to ask the teams, please reserve them, and, we will circle back with you as to how you can get them addressed. The next set of ground rules is, of course, for all the presenting teams. We've been through this. Just a quick recap. Make sure that you are on that WhatsApp group so that, when you're called out for your presentation, you are ready. You need to present in full screen mode. At the same time, you need to make sure, and I think we've already discussed this, that you need to have a backup. You're each other's backups in the group in case anybody drops out. You can just pick up from there till they join back. Please do not open the live stream while presenting. This will slow down your systems and also create a lot of disturbance when you're presenting. At the same time, all teams, when they're presenting, are required to keep the camera on. We need to be able to see all three of you. Likewise, the jury will, of course, be visible when they're asking questions to you. Teams need to unmute yourself. I think very important. A lot of times, all of us experience this problem. We found talking without unmuting ourselves. So do check that. In case you have any video that you're playing, make sure you share the audio option when you're, displaying your presentation. Also, at the same time, do keep track of time on your own as well. While the buzzer is there, I would encourage all of you to track time as well. Last but not the least is, team members should follow the naming convention where you need to specify your team name and then the individual's name. Moving on to the next set of instructions. I think we've already talked to the jury about what we expect from them, but should the jury really wish to see the presentations as well as the team members presenting, you can go to the view options on the top center of your screen and select side-by-side view so that you can view the presentation as well as all three team members. The next set here, of course, is very important. Good luck. Put on that smile and let's get started. So we will have Team Concept Crew coming up with the first presentation. Team Concept Crew, can I request you to share your presentation, pull it up and get started. Over to you guys.
Is my PPT visible?
Yes, Diksha, it is.
Yes, it is. Am I audible, loud and clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you're audible. Am I audible as well?
Yes, you are. A very good morning from Team Concept Crew, comprising Diksha Bell with an experience in EPC projects, Rohit, who is an urban planner, and myself, Pooja Mohite, with an experience in project management and execution. We are first year students pursuing MBA in Infrastructure Development and Management at SCMHRD Pune. We present you Construer, a disruptive and efficacious business solution in the construction industry. We will now illustrate to you with a real life anecdote. Take John, who is a manager at ABC Constructions, one of the biggest names in the market. But still, the company faces challenges like equipment thefts, misplacements, time lost due to unpredictable breakdowns, and few staff members are always occupied in manual process tracking. Now, this causes significant monetary losses and reduces the efficiency. But not until EBC avails the subscription of Construer, an asset management solution based on LoRaWAN technology. And now the company is able to reduce equipment thefts and misplacement, make operations more efficient, optimize the assets, and in turn create better margins. Now, coming to the market in hand, our secondary research brings out some striking facts, like 6 units of assets at site are lost every month. Also, approximately 3 hours every day are spent on searching and allocating of resources, leading to redundant purchases. Further, our survey of around 43 industry individuals accentuates challenges like cumbersome equipment retrieval processes, time wastage due to downtime, and losses due to inefficient manpower monitoring. Now, the COVID-19 has been a catalyst for change. Under the broader theme of construction management, we have identified three major problems originated from the pandemic: increased latency in operations, increase in manpower cost, and lack of skilled personnel. Now, this has further created needs like developing new products and solutions, speeding up construction technology, structural change in the supply side with corresponding tangible solutions like digitalizing the processes, increasing resilience in operations, and optimization of asset management. Over to you, Diksha.
Thank you, Pooja. So, what are we offering? The LoRaWAN network enabling low power and long distance communication comprising of LoRa tags attached to any kind of construction equipment, be it small, medium, or large, like drilling, grinding machines, and the cloud, which will analyze and store the data collected through the gateway. Customers can track, monitor, and manage their assets through the web application remotely. They will be benefited with services like geofencing, manpower monitoring, and equipment health management. From the above mentioned services, we have constituted our value proposition: consolidated asset management solution at an economical price, solving pains like equipment theft and misplacement, exorbitant substitutes, and obsolete monitoring methods through real time equipment and manpower monitoring, and also theft triggers, simultaneously providing potential gains through progress monitoring and predictive maintenance. Coming to the competitive analysis, it was seen that most of the competitors don't offer the consolidated services that we do. Our three major competitors are Semtech, IoT Factory, and Abiwe. But these companies have disproportionately higher margins corresponding to low market share. Also, most of these companies do not offer products which can be utilized for comparatively low cost equipment at construction sites. So now what is our go-to-market plan? We are segmenting our market on two parameters, one being the project size and other being the geographical location, wherein in the first 3 years, we are targeting the small and medium projects located in Western region in India. In order to enter the market, we will be reaching out to the central and state government bodies under Digital India Vision to foster our growth. Also, we will be providing lifetime discounts of 33% to our initial customers. The marketing channels would be trade exhibitions, on-site demonstrations, BTL strategy, SEO, tech influencers, and newsletters. We will incite customer retention through loyalty discounts, regular maintenance, and feedback loop creation. Over to you, Rohit.
Thank you, Diksha. Moving on to the financials, our sunk cost of rupees 7 lakhs will be a composition of prototype, website, and app development cost, and also the cost of pilot project implemented at 5 sites for 3 months. The cost estimates for the first year is 64.3 lakh rupees, which is estimated to increase by 46% in 5 years. In the similar time span, the cost of human resource, raw material, marketing, and services is estimated to grow by 56%, 107%, 100%, and 67% respectively. Our product charges for the first year will be 899 rupees, and for the subsequent years, it will be increased by 30% to 1249 rupees. The standard price of our service will be 599 rupees and the discounted price will be 399 rupees. Also for risk mitigation, a contingency reserve of rupees 31 lakhs is kept in year 1, which will increase to rupees 6 lakhs in the year 5. Moving on to the sales and revenue estimates. The sales are estimated to grow by from 4,680 units in year 1 to 9,704 units in the year 5, with a year-on-year increase of 20%, wherein the extra expenditure is also considered to keep up with the customer depreciation and the obsolescence. Now, the revenue is expected through two streams here, the product and services charges, adding up to rupees 42 lakhs in year 1, which will grow to 1.86 crores in the year 5. And an increase of 188% is expected in product revenue, 595% in service revenue, and the profits are expected to increase from minus 22.25 lakhs in first year to 68.2 lakhs in the year 5, with an exponential increase. We require an initial investment of rupees 70 lakhs, and the return on investment, the internal rate of return, the NPV are expected to be 3.13 times, 23%, 44.82 lakhs respectively. We are expected to reach our break-even point in the 25th month of our project. Over to you, Diksha.
We understand the importance of sustainability, and our product will provide a unique combination of flexibility and scalability to bring value, create safer and sustainable project sites with enhanced safety and predictive maintenance, resulting in substantial cost savings, reduction in energy usage, paper usage, and wastage.
So, in order to assess the probability and severity of risk associated in our plan, we developed a risk matrix and also suggested mitigation strategies to lower their impact. As per our analysis, majority risk fall under the low and medium severity. In case of low conversion rates of the customers, we will then explore new regions and customers like the equipment manufacturing companies. Also, the low retention of customers would be avoided by loyalty programs, discount offerings, and establishing goodwill. The threat of new entrants would be minimized by investing in intelligence tools and continuous innovation.
To analyze the cost and benefits of our product and services, we have considered a medium-sized construction site with 50 equipments, 50 employees working for 18 hours a day, which will account for 62,500 rupees as the cost of our product. Further, to calculate the benefits, we have considered savings from theft minimization, lowering equipment displacement, latency during maintenance, idle time minimization, which will add up to around 21,94,000 rupees, showing a significant difference in the cost of our product and the benefit that it provides in a year. Here are a couple of positive responses that we have received from the industry experts, and we feel pride in mentioning here that they have understood and valued our product and services and mentioned that it would certainly create a disruption in the construction industry. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, thank you for that. I thought very well articulated idea. I'll just quickly, one question I had is, have you done any thinking around the actual solution itself in terms of the technology, etc.? Have you started on a prototype or an MVP? Give us a little more details on the actual solution per se.
Okay, so I would like to take that up. We have identified the technology. We have our plan in place right now. Post which we will be requiring around 20 days for the development of the prototype. And after that, we'll be implementing it. We'll be having a pilot implementation at 5 sites, which we have identified.
Okay, tough one from my side. Sorry for this, but what exactly is the solution? Because I could see there's an is it an IoT device that we are trying to put in? Is it a larger set of equipments or in devices that will go into the equipments? So what exactly is that we are planning to sell?
I would like to take that up. So our idea is basically to place LoRaWAN tags, LoRa tags. These are transmitters basically that we attach to an equipment, any construction equipment, and we will monitor that equipment's efficiency, its operating time, and the same will be integrated with a cloud service and a web application service. Therefore, the project manager or the site manager at site can do a real-time monitoring of the asset, of the equipment, and at the same time assess its operating hours and efficiency.
Right. So that part of it, if we can bring it on a slide, that what exactly is the solution?
Diksha, can you just
go to the just services and products slide? We briefly mentioned that, and also we have briefly mentioned the architecture that our technology is going to follow in that slide.
So application, okay. Cool.
Okay,
so what exactly has happened? I would have focused more on the left side, what is written, while the right side gets somewhere off my radar. So, and that's your main part actually, so maybe you can redistribute the focus.
Yes,
cool.
Okay, sure.
Just to build on that, in terms of is there any additional infrastructure requirements? While you've laid it out on the slide and I can see it, but is there any infrastructure commitment in terms of cost or anything from the client's perspective, which you all have thought of or envisaged, or there is no such things? And in terms of the example which you gave, I think it's purely given by product and loss saving. So why is the service element not there, or did I miss it in the example? I'm sorry if I did.
So I would like to take up the second part of the question that you have mentioned. We have mentioned the product, and in the first year we are giving the product and the service, a combination of the two in the same price. So the service charges starts from the second year only. So that's why we have only considered the product, which is a combination of product and service for the first year. And the second part of the question, I think, can be taken up by Diksha or.
Yeah, so in terms of the infrastructure cost required by the client, there is no such specific infrastructure cost which the client has to put in, except the product and the services subscription cost which we need. Because the gateway would be set up at the infrastructure sites, but the cost would be there from our side. So they just have to pay in terms of the product and the services subscription cost.
And adding on to that, We just the customer just has to attach the equipment and the gateway with a Wi-Fi or any LAN or network cellular connection, and that is the only thing that they need, and
But
that
how
will
have
be
you,
it.
just sorry about that, and if people can come in. So, and the feasibility of that, right? Because a Wi-Fi router or whatever, if you're looking at a construction site which is so open, how are you going to cover it with a Wi-Fi kind of an enabler? Because, and when you said in terms of problem statement as well, that equipments are placed and they are not traceable. How do you uh, cover an area which is one under construction with a Wi-Fi web kind of a cover, so that you are able to identify and connect or transmit it? I thought there were transmission was some other frequency and not a Wi-Fi. I think I missed that part in case you mentioned it earlier.
Uh, so I would like to take up that the initial part of that question. Uh, so that the transmission is through a different frequency itself, that is through LoRaWAN frequency, but the overall gateway is to be connected with the Wi-Fi so that the overall data is sent to the cloud. Just cellular network and Wi-Fi is just a medium between the gateway and the cloud, and nothing else is needed, and everything else will be provided by us. And overall construction site will be connected because the network, the service that LoRaWAN provides is a long range service with a range of around 1 to 2 kilometers, which has the capability of covering the entire site.
So just to add on to what Rohit said, so we will be providing a private LoRaWAN network wherein we are connecting to the cellular network. Now there are also players who provide the public network. However, the public network is not present at all these sites or all these cities. So here we are providing a private network which would be defined for that particular site.
Further adding on to what Rohit and Pooja said, so basically the connection will be such that there will be LoRa tags that are attached to the equipment at the site, and those tags will communicate with one LoRaWAN device, which will be at the project manager or the site manager's office, which in turn is connected to a gateway, and that gateway along with the will be connected with the Wi-Fi or the cellular GSM network that we are talking about here. So the connection that will be established with the equipment is via the LoRa tags itself, and the internal connection through which we are going to access it is going will be connected via Wi-Fi or GSM, any LAN or cellular network.
Diksha, so I have a question here. First of all, thank you so much for the presentation. I think it was fairly, it was fairly good. All right. The question I have is, you showed a slide where there were a bunch of competitors, right? There were, if I'm not mistaken, around 3 people who also had LoRaWAN technology, and I would think the bigger problem here is connecting an asset back to the gateway. That's the bigger problem, right? So a gateway to cloud is fairly ubiquitous. It should be working. Why do you think Semtech, IoT Factory, etc., did not or do not have that kind of market share? One, and two, what are your products doing to actually counter that? Right? What really is your selling point here? Because if you ask me, for me, if I think this aloud in my head, and I'm not a technology expert or a construction expert, but I would think this is very akin to somebody doing fleet management, right? The Olas and Ubers of the world, they have GPS devices on their cars. Cars go all over the place. They still are able to track it. So, what do you bring to the table? What's new about this?
Yeah, and just adding to Meryl's question, vis-a-vis your competitors, what is that unique advantage that you're providing with your company or with your solution? And how difficult will it be for them to just upscale their current technology and do the same thing that you're providing at this point?
Uh, so first, I will thank you for your question. I would like to take up at least the first part of it. Uh, the different thing that we are offering, we had mentioned in the uh, presentation that these companies have disproportionately high margins. Because of that, their cost of the products that they are giving to the customers is comparatively high. So suppose the tag that they'll provide with the gateway one tag will cost around 5,000 rupees. On the other hand, what we are offering is costing around 1,249 rupees. So their aim is to have comparatively lower market share but higher margins. But we here are focusing more on our sales and marketing, and that's why we are keeping the cost of our product comparatively low, so that we have a cut benefit of cost. And also it creates a different proposition for those companies who are uh, not adapted to the technologies yet. So there are companies and there are equipments which are smaller which doesn't cost more than 15,000 or 20,000. So attaching the equipment which costs 5,000 to these equipments won't be a good proposition for these companies. On the other hand, if they'll attach our device which cost around 1,200 and give us overall benefits of disproportionately high benefits, these companies will be choosing our product over the other products that
Okay, guys, so obviously it's a pricing ploy, right? So one last quick question, because Jujar is really telling us to wrap this up quickly. If push came to shove and you had to put up a very small minimum value proposition, a prototype, how long would it take you?
So it will take 20 days. And
no, that's the plan. But if push came to shove, how long would it take you? One equipment, one feed, that's it.
Not more than 15 days. We can manage in 15 days.
Okay, and what would it read of the equipment? What's the information?
The operating hours, the temperature of the equipment, and the GPS location of the equipment. And it can also predict whether the equipment is going to have a breakdown or not. So these will be the 3-4 factors.
Also, one factor which would be the theft trigger, that also we would be providing.
I just had one question a follow-up question on that. You mentioned it will do predictive maintenance. It can tell you when it can break down, and you're talking about equipment like drilling machines. So how does the tag read that?
Okay, so thank you for the question. I would like to take that up. The tags would be also having the temperature and vibrational sensors, as we mentioned. So we would be setting a prior range for particular equipment, and according to those set limits, we would be identifying if the range is going beyond that limit, and if it is, it would give trigger in terms of that the equipment needs maintenance and it is not healthy, and this is how we would predict the maintenance of it.
Adding on to what Pooja said, we would also be monitoring the efficiency when it comes to operating hours. Therefore, we would understand whether an equipment has lower efficiency, so we can immediately send off a trigger response, and that is how we are going to monitor the equipment.
Okay, guys, thank you so much. I'm sorry,
Vishwa, just 30 seconds. Yeah. 30 seconds. Sure. 3 suggestions. One, reconsider the nomenclature of asset management. Infrastructure asset management means something else. It means the actual infrastructure created management of that. Second, your go-to-market strategy, state government and central governments are not your customer. Rethink on that. And third, the pricing, the kind of pricing you have, you are indicating to a volume game. There are very few equipment providers in the country. So you have to rethink about your pricing as well as the target segment part of it.
Sir, I would like to say one last thing. As you mentioned, the government, yes, indeed, the government is not our customer. Our customers are the construction companies and the equipment manufacturing companies. They are our direct stakeholders. This is just to clarify this.
We will move on to the next presentation. We'll wait for the team to bring up their deck. This is the team from SP Jain Institute of Management and Research, Team Rocket. Can we do a quick test run in terms of your audio-video working and pull up your presentation, please?
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Hi. Yes, Nina, we can hear you. I understand you have a video. Please do make sure that you're sharing the share audio option when you are presenting. Okay, you guys can get started. Over to you, Team Rocket.
Thank you.
So we are not able to hear the sound of the video, Nina.
Sorry.
No problem.
I'll just get started again.
No flights, no travel, no tourism. Tens of millions of jobs are at risk as the pandemic upends holiday plans. So how will tour operators recover? And how can you offer a coronavirus-free vacation?
A warm welcome to one and all present here. I am Nina Joseph, and along with my teammates Arun Roy and Hriday Meni, we would like to take you through our idea for the tourism industry. With the intention of making the sector more resilient, we started our journey by understanding from various stakeholders what their pain points were. From among them, we have Maya, who will be joining us in the journey today. Safety concerns, along with the time and effort that takes to designing a fulfilling travel experience, was something that was repeatedly mentioned by our travelers. Moving on to small-scale vendors, they have been gravely affected with little scope of change in the near future. These pain points, helped us get to our solution, Humsafar. Humsafar is an AI-based travel companion that offers safe and secure travel solutions. This is brought about by looking at the social media data of the users and analyzing it in order to map the user to a destination. There, the user is being enabled to interact with vendors such as homestays, guides, small-scale retailers, etc., in order to bring this informal sector into the business network. The user data generated while on the experience helps the self-learning model to come up with better solutions as the further user engagements increases. So Maya here is thinking about a trip, and she has decided to come onto a platform with her friend's recommendation. Let's see a glimpse of how she does that. So Maya is an active user on Facebook, and additionally, her Instagram stories has helped us understand that she's somewhat of a free spirit when it comes to travel. Along with this, the present travel needs have been taken into consideration, and hence we've mapped her to a destination which is personalized and yet safe. This brings about dozens of curated reviews and suggestions from previous similar users. The COVID tracker adds to a level of safety as she plans her trip, be it in the DIY mode or say a curated itinerary by our experts. Reaching a destination and exploring the travel destination, she is informed of various activity suggestions along with vendors who can help her make the most of the trip. Any queries that she would have along the journey is taken care of by the AI chatbot, which already understands her needs. In case she would be interested to meet new people or say travel with them, the app helps her find travel buddies for the same. All of this ensures that every touch point that Maya comes across during her journey is monitored in a sense that the stakeholders' health status is being tracked. This creates a bio bubble that ensures her safety. Coming on to the features, these would be part of the pilot phase that we have. Some of them would be no-cost features available to all, while others would be premium ones. Arun will now take us through the market analysis for the same. Over to you, Arun.
Thanks a lot, Nina. Let's come back to Maya, a 27-year-old tech freelancer. She's a part of the customers of the age group 18 to 45, which comprises of the major chunk of users who use social media and are tech savvy. Maya loves to go on adventurous trips with her friends and sometimes on solo experiential getaways. Moving ahead, here's our GTM strategy. Initially, we are planning to go aggressive to gather a sizable customer base through various referral programs, intensive digital advertising, and trial periods. We have also decided to co-create our offerings with some influential travel bloggers. Thereafter, to get on board the undecisive customers, we'll curate offerings for various segments such as working professionals who may otherwise have a preference towards sites like yatra.com, which has a good presence in the corporate segment. We're planning to extend our offerings to regions in phases, with the first phase starting in year 2021, covering the southern region, and the final phase for the country being launched in year 2025. Further, we believe that after building a robust technological platform, we can even sell the backend solutions to other players, which will help in leveraging the economies of scale for the technology. For our operations, we'll have collaboration with social media sites for seamless transfer of users' data based on user consent. Also, we'll create a tech integrated system for a reliable and secure network amongst the associates as well as users, capturing their whereabouts and health status. Post the initial break-in, we'll focus on collaborations and adding features into our offerings. We are planning to create a campaign around Humsafar's initial success through customer testimonials and further building upon it through reviews and ratings. Now, Hriday will take us over the business model.
So looking at the business model, the total costs have been split into three major segments, such as cost of revenue, selling and marketing expenses, and tech and content development costs. So these would include preliminary cost of setting up the business, cost of generating traffic, and spends on app development and the content. Looking at the revenue, we have three major streams here, which are commission, which will be charged from the hotel partners, which forms 15% of the total value of the trip reservation. The premium fee of ₹99 per customer per month, which will be charged for availing the premium services only. And the advertisement of hotels and restaurants will be, which will appear on our app, will also be a charge service. So at the core of the very idea, we have our partners who will help us build this resilient execution process. Our long-term goal is to build a one-shop travel super app. This includes creating packages and collaborating with retailers like Decathlon, HRX to make it an all things travel app. Now looking at the financial projections. So we aim to achieve the 20,000 net bookings count in the pilot phase itself. And the initial investment we will require would be roughly around 80 lakh rupees to be split, which will be split into phases and reinvested in the business. We've identified relevant setup costs coupled with our high growth expectations. We expect that the customers by the end of phase 4. We will reach a net present value of ₹6 lakhs in the first 5 years and start to earn profits in the very third year itself. And we aim to achieve an IRR of 17%. Our target is to have 28 lakh odd customers at the end of year 5. So the maximum revenue that we're earning will be through the commission fee, that is 55%. Looking at people, planet, and profit. While we at Humsafar believe coronavirus has brought unprecedented challenges to the tourism industry, it comes with an opportunity to make some much needed structural changes. At the core of Humsafar's idea, we have our people like Maya. They are our driving force. It is their data that enables us to provide a service to them. But we have not come this far to just come this far. At the end of 5 years, we aim to serve more than 25 lakh safe customers and ensure 10 lakh plus safe trips to focus on healthy planet. We aim to create an employment pool of 70,000 plus talented people in the tourism industry. The self-learning app, along with crowd management feature, will help us to control over-tourism. We would provide free access for persona and free information to 15 lakh plus people. And at the end, making sure customers like Maya get the safest trip they trusted for. So we will make sure that when you come on Humsafar, you create safer memories. Thank you.
Thank you, Hriday. Over to the jury for the Q&A session.
Thank you so much, guys. I think a very current solution idea, right? You have done your research in terms of what would people want, what sort of segments, etc. But you have been very limited in the tech chops. Will somebody want to walk us through the technological backbone of this entire app?
Yeah. So basically, we are what we are envisioning is that we have identified the algorithms which will go in to materialize the idea which we are planning to do. So basically, firstly, we'll have some data scrapping and user data being combined from the social media sites based upon the user's consent. So when the user signs in through his Facebook or his or her Facebook or Instagram account on our app, we'll get the backend data from the social media site, and thereafter we'll use clustering techniques through random forests, and we'll map it to the similar users which we have on our database, and based on the algorithm we'll cluster it to a particular travel persona, which we'll create according to the users travel preferences and past history. And on that we'll map him and suggest him some good places based on the current crowd management or COVID hotspots present in the country. Thereafter, once the user is on board during the journey, we'll have collaboration with backend collaboration with Google Maps, which will ensure that we have suggestions to be provided to the user based on our database of that particular place. So suppose if the user is visiting Mysore, so we'll have our the groundwork being done in terms of collaboration with local vendors, guides, and tourists. So we'll have an online Uber-like model in which the local user vendors are connected to the user based on proximity and availability. So yeah, so that's the basic backend which we are planning for.
Have you road tested even any one single part of the entire tech landscape? So, for example, scraping social media data, even from your own accounts.
No, so we have not tested it anyway.
Don't you think that is the key to get your travel profile right? Without that POC, how do you believe that you will be able to do the appropriate mapping of your proposed traveler? Your entire journey is basis on a customized profile recommendation, and if you fail in profiling it, because as of now today when you start, you don't have customers, right? Today if I come and do one trip with you, you'll be probably able to get some data on your own on your platform, but before that you need to profile me to give me a solution or a suggestion where I should go based on my social feeds or whatever you see on my social feeds. So without that, how are you going to create a profile? So what is the plan around that? This is what I
Yeah,
think Vishwa
so
is asking.
yes, so for the initial phase, till we get a critical mass on our app, what we are planning is we'll get the data from with a market research firm for the initial testing model, on the basis of which we'll build upon as and when the users come in.
And also, just to add on to Hriday's point here, I think all the technical backend of what we are planning to do has been tried and tested by many players in the market in different various segments. For example, the prediction model that Netflix uses, or perhaps the matching model that Facebook uses to give us suggestions. All of this will be, this is why we think that this can be worked out once we have the know-how of getting there, once we onboard experts who can help us with this aspect of the idea.
My suggestion, my 2 cents worth is this. It's scary complex. This entire the technology that you're talking about, these are not startup technology. You're talking about the best in class. So Netflix, Facebook, best in class is what they do, right? And they are scary complex. They've been built over many, many years. You need to do a little more rather than saying, other people have done it, we'll be able to do it. You need to have a little more schematics in place for that. So therefore, my next question is almost redundant, but I'm still going to ask, have you thought about how long it'll take you to create a prototype if needed?
Yes, so in order to get to the prototype, this is a rough idea of what we think our pilot phase would be. So where we're looking at different aspects of getting a basic model in place that helps us analyze data that is already brought from, say, a market research firm that enables so that a part of the data is inputted as a testing variable, and the rest of it is ensure that, you know, the matching, if at all, if it happens appropriately. So in that way, the iterations between trial and testing happens. This is a rough timeline of what we're looking at in terms of the pilot phase.
A question. This is quite dependent on scraping of data from social media. Now, as you know, that's a very touchy thing. Okay. How are you going to address the regulatory and the implications of privacy that come when you take data for, you know, building your model up?
So firstly, we'll have a limited access arrangement with the social media sites for the backend data. And we have planned to ensure that we have some secure cloud providers like reputed players like AWS or Microsoft Azure for server space. And we'll have to incorporate firewall protection and end-to-end encryption in our model. And we have considered that while having the cost of development. And yes, constant updation of backend algorithms and codes will be needed through regular workforce training. So
that's good. What about the user, you know, Maya in question? How do you give comfort to Maya? Some of these things are good, but I would very strongly request you to just work on this dimension, because it's something which is a hot potato today. India will very soon have regulation in this regard. There are already a lot of regulations that people are talking about. So, you know, perhaps consider that aspect when you build your model and when you're looking at scraping of data.
So, sir, we were showing this particular presentation to one of our batchmates, and she also pointed it out, like, how do you protect my data? You know, the kind of data that I'm going to allow you. So, her point of view was that if you just allow, if I'll just allow you to use the data for predicting the destination or the travel only, then it's fine for me. I mean, I don't want you to use my data for anything else. So that's what we offer to the customer, that we'll just use your data for just predicting what the next destination is going to be and nothing else, and your travel persona. Apart from that, we're just going to make sure that the data is not being used for anything else.
I think that's
sure. I would request you to work with the biggies of, you know, and get some kind of thing, because if you don't have, you know, a good arrangement with the data, you know, custodians like Facebooks, etc., then so that's the first step. So suggest you work on that. So I'll stop here. Sorry, I'll do hijack. This is a separate dimension altogether.
So guys, just
I have a question. Sorry, go on, Prajal, after you.
Hey, thanks, Vana. So guys, two things. I think in terms of needs, certainly there, you know, so at least from that perspective, this is bang on. I was reading through it. I said, will I go and subscribe to this? Yes, I would. The question that's one question I had is that why would somebody pay a monthly fees for this? Nobody travels beyond 2 times in a year, mostly one. Now, so this entire model of subscription model of somebody paying 100 rupees every month, it becomes very tricky, because I would not want to pay when I'm not using this app. So that's point number one. And second thing, there's certain things which you have mentioned about, which is maybe we are promising too much, bio bubble. Now, how do you create a bio bubble? The fact is that whether the other person has been a COVID positive, has been, tested, now that information is not readily available for you to incorporate. So those are things probably you may want to have a look at, because there would certainly be questions around it.
If I could take on the safety concerns of it, of how we exactly are going about this bio bubble, the idea is that initially the customers are being mapped to lesser known destinations. So we are preventing crowding out in that manner. And then going ahead, so every touch point we are envisioning that happens with, say, a customer like Maya, is all of these vendors that we have on ground. So each of these vendors, because they are in association with us, and safety is the major concern that we're addressing, we'll ensure that their data is regularly updated. So they are already partners with us, which enables that we can get this data accessible from them, their health status that is, and whether or not they are COVID positive, whether they have been, all of this information will be readily available. So that is what we meant when we say we are trying to create this sort of a bubble.
That's the point. That data would never be made readily available. Nobody is going to give you a constant data whether I have been tested, not tested, what is my current status of health. So that's the tricky one. We already have an app running for that, and the app itself is trusted. Anyway, and that's a minute point. So Bhavna, over to you.
Sorry, I think one last question. Can I go, or can I have one last question?
Bhavna, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Akshay. So team, I think the basis of your solution is very much a certain age gap, right? From say a 20 to a 40, right? And also assumption is that these guys are going to be on the social media platform. Now, why would your solution target only a certain restricted segment? And your basis of your solution is very much restricted to social media, when the bigger pockets are with people who have families or who are 40 plus, and maybe senior citizens too who would like to travel, and have maybe more wider pockets to share. So, and the third question is, why would again the young age gap need your app to find them a humsuffer, if I had to put it that way, right? So they have many other apps. So just work on the solution as to why don't restrict your solution to a certain age gap. Think about other avenues to get your customer base, because that will be your crux of your solution, right? So that's my suggestion. But any answers to that question, you can please go ahead.
So initially, I'll take that question.
Mm-hmm.
So, ma'am, initially we thought that like we would want the most traffic on our app. So, who would want to travel in a pandemic, right? Like at the peak, there would be people who are adventure seekers, are experiential travelers. They are the most ones to be eager to travel. So we started off by targeting them, at least because their travels, if we meet their travel needs and provide them safety, they would be the first ones to get on the app and travel. So that was the idea behind choosing this particular customer segment. And ma'am, as you rightly said, that probably some years down the line, we would want to incorporate other segments as well once we have everything in place.
Thank you, folks. But before we go, just one quick piece of advice. Spend the next 3-4 hours figuring out if you needed to, it's a brilliant idea for the current times, right? Which figure out if you need to put in place a prototype, right? What is the prototype? Very small prototype. What is the shortest period of time you can do it? Because the success or failure of your project, of your idea, actually depends on that. So spend the next few hours just thinking that out between the three of you. Reach out to your friends, colleagues, etc. Maybe by the end of the day, we will ask you that question again.
So before we go, just one comment I have.
Sure.
Yeah, I think you've grossly overestimated your revenues. Like Rajendra pointed, I don't think people will be willing to pay for this as a subscription. And you have grossly underestimated your costs. Profits in third year, I doubt any company in this space is able to make profits in the third year. So you might want to really look at that.
Thank you, Sri Charan. Interesting idea. I've been contemplating on traveling. So if you get that prototype right, you do have a customer already handy. Okay, with that, we will move on to our next team of the day. This is Team Deadpool from XLRI. Can I request all of you to come on the screen and pull your presentation up? And before we really foray into it, we'd love to also hear what made you arrive at Deadpool as a name. I know there was another team name that you'd initially chosen, Jilpar, and then we also saw Deadpool. So maybe you can talk about it and then we can move on.
Well, we all like Marvel characters first, and the second thing is that you can't ever write off for Deadpool. He always grows. You can't ever kill him. That's the main point behind naming our team Deadpool.
All right. Thank you, Nilavrita. Over to you guys.
Is my screen visible? Just a quick question.
Yes, it is. You'll have to put it in presentation mode.
Yeah, sure.
So
Good morning, everyone. This is Team Deadpool from Acceleration Shedboard. And here goes my story. So, years ago, when my brother was born, we were all very elated. However, as time went by, we observed him to be much quieter than normal children. Things were going smoothly till the time he went to school. There, he refused to acknowledge when called, hardly spoke to anyone. My uncle and aunt took him to a doctor, and there he was diagnosed with severe autism. Living in the US had its advantage as they got personalized trainers to help him out. My brother was improving slowly. However, COVID 19 brought everything to a dead stop. The trainer stopped visiting, the doctor appointments got reduced. A lockdown of over 6 months halted his progress altogether. In Western countries, there is still awareness about autism and dyslexia, as well as government initiatives for the same. But what about our country? So, keeping this big problem in mind, we decided to build an ecosystem to spread awareness among people and allow early detection of autism and dyslexia. Our ecosystem is in the form of an app named Distinct, which comes with a tagline: Every child is unique. It consists of doctors, trainers, parents, children together in a single community. As our big problem is already defined, we use three-step solution in our app. First, the tests are based on machine learning. Next, we have doctor consultation. And third, we have personalized training plan with the help of professionals. So this is the app. Next, we go to the market size data, which is depicted here. In the next slide, next, we see the gap analysis. We find a significant difference between the number of registered cases of both autism and dyslexia in these two countries, which means majority of the patients in our country is going undetected due to the lack of awareness, and also there's hardly any reliable consistent data collection done for the same in our country. So, to explore this huge market and break the shackles of multilingualism, we have our app where the tests of dyslexia are done in regional language. So, this is the business plan where we start our penetration with the private schools and the doctors in Tier 1 cities initially. Then, depending on our success, we will go to the Tier 2 cities. So our USP is all the test of dyslexia and autism is in a single app. It is pocket friendly, instant and reliable, and obviously the regional language part. Next slide, please. Here is a wireframe design of our app.
Next, we'll take a look at the sample customer journey map. So as you have already seen in the wireframe designs, customers will first register on the app, then they'll go through a demo test. Once that demo test has been completed, they'll be assigned a particular assessment for identifying either dyslexia or autism. And depending on the results of that, the customer will be able to view the results on his or her dashboard, contact the doctors, choose the packages, contact trainers, and go through the self-help videos also. We'll also be collecting regular data from our app and in order to update the offerings. Next, we'll take a look at our product launch timeline. So our initial prototype for identifying AST is already ready. By January 2022, we plan to hire tech and marketing team because we want to introduce the app both in the Apple App Store and Android Play Store. We also want to increase the awareness because that will drive traffic in our app, and that's why we need to hire the marketing team. After that, we'll perform a beta testing within a controlled set of doctors and patients, and depending on the results of that particular testing, we'll try to improve the accuracy of our system and then introduce it to the public. At present, we are currently having an accuracy rate of around 70% for detecting autism. In the next phase, we'll try to build up strategic alliances with clinics, schools, corporates, and other institutional customers like insurance provider. In the next phase, we'll try to expand into tier 2 cities because we are offering regional language support that will help us get more traffic. And in the next phase, we'll try to incorporate other recent technological advancement like VR or AR technology within our app so that we can improve the customer experience. Our go-to-market strategy is really unique because our product pricing is for identifying AST is only 600 rupees per month, and for dyslexia, it's only 600 rupees per month. And for the whole package, we are charging 800 rupees per month. We'll obviously have different pricing for the institutional customer depending on the negotiations, but for the current ballpark figures, we'll be charging around 10,000 rupees for schools and 24,000 rupees for the clinics. Also, our product mix is unique because not only we are supporting regional language, which no other player is offering, we are also integrating ML-based AST and dyslexia diagnosis. So there would be therapy systems and there would be a whole ecosystem within the app itself.
Now, now looking into the competitive landscape, we have identified 3 competitors and rated them based on the threat they currently possess. So Practo is the current leading market player and it acts as a liaison between the doctors and the patients, but it currently does not have a unique technological framework for related to autism and dyslexia. Cognable, on the other hand, is an ML-based app for detection of autism, and it currently works on a B2B, B2C, and a B2G model, but it does not have anything right now for dyslexia. Whereas Dystech is an Australian app, and the offering currently works on a per screening charge basis, and it is currently available only in English and its various other accents. Thus, in the intersection of these two technologies, looking into the pros and cons, comes our unique app, Distinct, and our USP is that we provide cheap, reliable, and quick results. We are looking to create a social impact wherein through the use of vernacular languages, we are looking to create an ecosystem of teachers and doctors, which would lead to increase in the awareness among parents, and they will be able to find a support system for understanding the special needs of their children. Looking into the long-term goals, as it has been already mentioned, apart from the technological aspects, we could also be looking towards pivoting as a neurodiversity recruitment tool, because companies such as SAP and Microsoft are already actively looking into hiring people with certain behavioral disorders because of their greater degree of creativity. Also, autism as a disease becomes much easier to control if it is detected at an earlier stage. Thus, toddlers could be one potential segment through the intervention of the parents. For the financial projections, we have projected for a 5-year period the revenues and the costs. So in the cost side, we have accounted for the app development and the marketing expenses that would initially incur, and based on that, we would be achieving break even in a little more than 1 year. And from year 2 and year 3 onwards, we plan to achieve a profitability of approximately between 60 to 70%. And based on that, our ask is to cover the initial 2 years of expenses, which would be around 1 crore. And on a 3-year timeline, we're looking at a return on investment of 1.21. So while we are building the product, we reached out to some doctors in order to have a first-hand understanding. Yeah, thank you from our side. That is it for us.
Thank you. Do you want to just finish the point that you were making? Maybe don't play whatever you need to, just finish the point. So Prateek.
We looked into some doctors and they also validated our product during the ideation phase. That is it from our side. Yeah.
Thank you, Team Deadpool. I think it's a very laudable area of research. A lot of work is already happening in that area, I think, right? And therefore, it is a current and relevant idea. 2-3 quick questions. Okay, what I would have liked to see is a little more detail in just saying we'll use ML techniques which will indicate and diagnose is not enough. I think if you guys have the details of what will the ML technique detect and how does it indicate either ASD or dyslexia, that's number one. And a little more detailing into the behavioral science that goes behind these assessment and diagnostic questions, etc., that you have in place. And the third question is, do you have a prototype?
Yeah, so I'd like to answer that. So first, the question, the behavioral science question. So those are based on DALI framework, which is based on the Indian regional languages, and it is completely open source. And what we are trying to do is that there is not much awareness about this in the Indian market or among the Indian parents. Often we tell these children that they have low IQ, they do not have learning ability. So what we are trying to do is that building awareness so that parents come to our app, and then our model will try to detect the probability. Then we'll assign a particular doctor, they can contact the doctor, and the doctor will finally give the final.
I would like to take that forward.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, actually, my connection. Sorry for that. Yes, for autism, we actually have built a model. Can you go to the previous slide, please? Yes, so this is the model which we have built. So this model is based on facial recognition techniques. And as I have my brother at home, so I have seen him, he speaks very less, and even when he is called, he doesn't answer. So the behavioral patterns are very different from what normal people do. So based on the image recognition, this is the model which we have built as of now, whose accuracy is about 70%, but we aim to get better data and get it to 85%. And for dyslexia, the tests which we have 5 tests, each test having 10 questions. So the first test is, they do not have any behavioral questions. The first test is about whether you're able to distinguish between the various characters. The second test is about memory. The third is about the speed. You're shown an image, whether you're able to retain that. Fourth is about you're shown a video and asked a question based on that. And the fifth is you are played an audio and a question on that. So each of the tests has 10 questions and marks is 0.1 for each. So in the database, we already have the correct answers. So the marks which we get in all helps us in predicting the dyslexia.
So, actually, what I was asking is, are these tests similar to tests that a doctor would actually use if he was doing this face?
So yeah, as I have already mentioned, the tests are based on the DALI framework, which are currently actually being used by the doctors. And even the questionnaire that you are talking about, that is also open source and that is also publicly available. So those are the preliminary screening questions that the neuro psychiatrist or clinical psychologist, they use to identify these disabilities among children.
Limrita, just a quick question, and I would echo what Bishwa is saying. It's a laudable area to address. But I have a question slightly in the same ballpark. But are there any certification requirements for you to actually run this? Because in my head, this is a medical test, correct? And most medical tests need to be calibrated and certified by some agency before you give a result out. That's one. Second, how do you deal with things like false positives or even worse, a false negative here? And how do you keep yourself, I would say, insulated from the impacts of that? I mean, be it a litigation, etc., that comes, because the issues related to both are fairly significant, especially when it comes to reputation and stuff like that. So how do you deal with that?
I would like to answer that question. So to answer your first question, yes, we have definitely looked into the regulations. One thing that we like to clarify that our model, the accuracy that we currently have, it does not go ahead and classify someone as dyslexic or autistic. We recommend them to a doctor, and that is where the whole concept of an ecosystem comes in. So after a doctor certifies them, only then are they taken forward to the next stage of treatment. And while looking at the doctors who would be providing clinical therapy, we have looked into certain certifications which are mandatory. So RCI is something that is required for doctors who are practicing the clinical as clinical psychologists. So only doctors who have that certification will be onboarded on our app, as well as the trainers would be requiring certain special training requirements. Only then they would be able to provide the personalized learning plans.
So guys, I have a couple of questions, and I luckily have seen a detailed presentation of Cognable and hence see where they currently are. Now, which stage at we are at? I've seen certain codes been written, certain ML have been already introduced. So one is that what is the kind of a test data that you have? Secondly, is that any already an association with an with a medical team which is providing feedback on this? So which stage are we at on this?
We currently have a data source of around 2000 images based on autism, and based on that we have used image classification, and we have used five layers to develop the accuracy model, and we plan to build on that by including more data set as well. And to answer your second question, we do not have a collaboration as of now, but during the ideation stage, we had consulted two doctors in order to get first-hand ideas about the model building, and we plan to include them in our further iterations as well.
Okay, because that's where in fact we have got a very strong competition, in the same space from India, and which almost works in that area. Dyslexia, I don't think they have something.
No. For dyslexia, there are currently no one who specifically operates. There is only one app, and that too is an Australian app, which is Dystech.
Also, what we are trying to do is that we are trying to also incorporate regional language support, which is no one is doing at this point of time.
Sorry.
Just a couple of questions. Sorry. So one, I is pretty clear on the revenue model, but just wanted to understand if I read it correctly. When you say a subscription model of 600 rupees per month or 800 for both, that is, I'm assuming once the patient is detected and they are coming into regular consultation. But once I just wanted to have two clarifications. One is when a person comes in on the platform and run this initial test, and they are then advised or directed towards a doctor. Is there a one-time charge, or what is the model around that? And where I saw that you're collecting some revenues from schools and training centers and stuff, but what is the arrangement in terms of sharing back with them in terms of cost payouts? Because or under the subscription model, what do we provide? So if the trainers and the patient's arrangement is direct, and that's the reason they pay us 24,000 or whatever, or what is the model? I was not clear on that, please. If you could elaborate.
I would answer that. So what we looked at, so in year one, we did not collect any revenue from the B2B side. And for the B2C also, we only took 3 months of revenues after the sales team were able to pitch the product to various customers and get a certain number of subscribers. And to answer the second question, why would schools onboard? So we talked with certain international schools that are currently in Kolkata. So branding is something they are very passionate about, and currently there is no branding for specific requirements of dyslexia and autistic children. So our sales team would be physically visiting those schools and provide awareness programs, and in exchange of that, we would be providing our services and they would onboard with us. And that is where the annual revenue model has been prescribed, like 10,000 per year.
Okay.
And we've also calculated for the sales team and the marketing team.
Team Deadpool, thanks for the presentation. I got a question here. While you mentioned that you got a target of meeting so many clients, do you also done a market assessment to see what is the maximum potential you have with this app? I mean, what is the maximum users which could be probably your customer?
Okay, so tell this question. As we have said, we have 35 million children in India, which includes both the urban and rural area. But considering only 1% of that entire thing, that is 30% of urban areas, under that, the tier 1 cities. So our potential for 1 year is about 1 lakh. That is about a rough figure. However, we have 3 channels of customer acquisition. One is the direct can I just answer this question?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, one is the direct B2C customers, the second is the school, and the third is from the doctors and the clinics. So getting the exact figure is difficult, but in Kolkata, as 3 of us live, we target 10 schools in the first phase. So about 1 lakh in the first year.
The estimates we have done in a very conservative manner. We haven't taken large numbers.
Also, as you can see, like the percentage of detection among the US or the already evolved markets in India are, I mean, there is a huge gap. So what we are trying to do is that we are first trying to increase the awareness so that no one can write up the children as that they have learning disabilities or they have low IQ. First, we want to build the awareness and so that we can bring more traffic within our product.
Also, guys, look at the salary that you're proposing. A marketing executive at 20,000 rupees a month, a web developer at 25,000. This looks to be way more too conservative. You won't get decent guide at these rates.
Yeah, that number we could look at. Yeah, rightly noted, sir.
Thank you, Rich. With that, we are going to come in for a short break now. It's 11:36. Can we all circle back at 11:45? This was a 15 minutes break, but since we've overshot our time, please do come back at 11:45, post which we will start with our next 2 presentations. So the next 2 teams, please ensure that you are here on time. Thank you. we're going to now move on to the next two team presentations. So I'm going to call on team Bliss Care from GH Raisoni Nagpur to pull up their presentation and turn on their videos.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm just sharing my screen.
Hi, sure.
I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah. So can we start?
Please go ahead.
286 million. That's the number of visually impaired people over the globe who cannot see this beautiful world and are also deprived of a basic education. And 36 million of this are Indian and get only 5% of education due to lack of a braille literacy. So here we are Bliss Care. So our team name suggests that it replicates blind students care, that is Bliss Care. So we have created a solution for the visually impaired that can convert any text, diagram, map into physical dotted braille format to help them in their education. So we are here with a vision. So it says, we believe in creating and nurturing best possible learning environment for the student in specially able community by innovating the way in which the education is delivered to them. About us, we are education technology startup led by 3 students. And what we do, we provide complete braille-enabled classroom solution for the schools and institutes who serve visually impaired. Now, executive summary, what we want to achieve with this particular solution is basically we provide fulfill the need of learning braille as a reading for a braille display system, which can convert any text diagram map into physical dotted braille format. Second, we want them to excel in reading braille. Basically, we want them to make independent of their education so that they can pursue their education independently. If they consider if an individual doesn't know how to read a braille, he can read braille by himself with the help of this solution that we are providing. And third, we want to adapt and standardize the existing curriculum and new educational curriculum. So their education is getting updated every 8 to 10 years, which is lacking way behind in comparison to us. So that is the thing we want to change with the help of our solution. Now, what is the problem actually we are trying to solve? According to the estimation, we have 36 million visually impaired people in India, of which 2.5 million such children, and only 5% get any sort of education due to lack of a braille literacy. Production of a braille formatted book is very expensive and can go up to 15 to 30 INR per page. So consider if they want to read a book of merely 100 pages, it would cost them more than 2,000 to 3,000 INR, which is not at all affordable. Only few of the existing content are adapted according to the needs, and new unupdated contents are not available in the braille format. Also, online and offline content available to us is not available to them. So we want to provide them with this solution. Now, this is a solution. We provide braille display system for the schools and institute who serve visually impaired at a lower and affordable cost. And we provide proper adapted and updated content in a grade 1 and grade 2. So basically, this replicates to different types of braille formats. So there are 2 versions of a braille format, that is grade 1 and grade 2, which varies according to the language. So this replicates that we can provide multiple language through a single solution. So this is a technology illustration. So it is similar structure to that of a tablet, but its surface is quite different. So its surface has a holes and the beads bulges out at a real time, so that a blind individual can touch, feel, and understand whatever is replicated on the same. So it's a touch-based education and the feel-based education that we are promoting with the help of this solution, and all it's at a real time. So on the top right corner, you can see the braille getting replicated in a form of N, and blind individual can understand the same in the braille structure. So now we are currently in a prototype stage, which is in testing and validation part, and we have tested and validated a few of them as well. So you on the right hand side, you can see beads bulging out. So that is how we deliver the education, and blind individual are trying to understand. Prabodh, please take on.
Yeah, so moving towards the key aspect behind the technology part. So we are having a unique bulge out mechanism for the specific braille device that we're targeting, which is actually 3 times cost efficient, and it also can be scaled up so quickly. And how we do that? With the help of 2 intellectual properties that are helping as a barrier to entry as well. So we are having one design process patent, and another is process patent, which is a mechanics based patent as well. Now, because of these 2 key aspects, can you please go ahead? Yeah, okay, sure. So we are having low maintenance cost as compared to 25 times as compared to our typical competitors in this braille segment. So Chinmay, please move ahead. Yeah, talking about the like market, we are having 286 million visually impaired children across the globe only, which is our total available market, and at the same time 36 million users with severe visually impairedness in India only. At the same time, we are initially targeting 3 million users who are regionally in India as well. So talking about the regional, which is serviceable obtainable market, we are having 5 states in align. Please, can you please change the slide? So these are the top 5 with MP as well. So very first is West Bengal with the maximum population of visually impaired people. At the same time, then comes Odisha, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and Madhya Pradesh, to whom we are initially serving. And this is what we are planning to do with initial target students of 50,000 and then target institutes 269, which is what we believe in, like we are serving in the next 1 year probably. Yeah.
Nikita, take.
Yeah, so let's come to the go-to-market strategy. So we will be approaching with the direct product demo, and we will be launching the MVPs and also forming the Bliss Care community where the meets and the awareness drives will be regularly happening. So the channels which we are using here is the radio, NGOs, media outlets, social forums, and welfare forums. Can we next? Yeah. So let's come to the competitor analysis. So but presently our competitors are University of Michigan Braille device, Project Mudra, Braille Me, and BliTab. So according to our competitors, we are a fully fledged tablet. Also, we have a feature that Learn Braille feature, and we also provide adapted content. And the maintenance and the pricing is also low as compared to our competitors.
Yeah. So to give you a more insight on full-fledged tablet device, so it replicates that we can replicate full page at a real time. And what does the second part mean? That is the Learn Braille feature. That is, we make them independent in their education as well as navigation through the road. And third, provide adapted content is basically any content available online and offline can be accessed by visually impaired for their education and for their needs in the further process. Now, this is a revenue model. Now, revenue stream one says the direct product sales, that is 10,000 INR, on which manufacturing, operational, and marketing cost all involved is estimated around 5,849 rupees. And attachable modules like Braille keyboard, which will be specifically helpful for them in the job sector, will be available from 300 to 500 INR. And content subscription is the next part. That is a secondary part that will be ranging from 500 to 1,500 INR. Specifically, this particular content subscription is on articles, special articles, or the novels, and some special contents that needs a subscription. But rest, all available content online and offline will be available to them for free. So that's the thing with this. And with this, we are able to reduce the cost of their education drastically. Now, this is a financial analysis. One-time investment required by us is 1.8 to 1.85 CR. But this won't be required for the first 5 years because we'll be doing it on the contract manufacturing basis on the initial level. After that, we'll be setting up our own manufacturing unit for which 1.8 to 1.85 CR will be required. And when we start working on this into the market, so monthly cash burn is expected around 9 to 10 lakhs, and gross margin, total expense, and net profit is estimated for the first 5 years in the year. And with this, total revenue is expected to increase by 61% and gross margin by 57% per year. And break-even is expected in 2 years, 3 months, or if we capture 111 to 115 classroom or 11 to 12 schools. Now, this is normally we are EduTech startup developing affordable Braille-enabled classroom solution for the schools and institute who serve visually impaired. This is my team. My name is Chinmay Naik. I'm specifically working on the hardware development. Nikita Kumari, she is working as an R&D and business development. Now, she is the most important character. Why? Because she is the one who understands and empathizes with the customer and try to understand what problem are they facing and researches upon them. And Prabodh Mahajan, he is specifically a co-founder and CTO. He's working as a technical aspect and algorithmic part of the hardware that we are building. And we have a support team and advisors for the same, and medical advisors specifically for the touch-based education. Now, this is some of our major milestones. And on the left-hand side, you can see that we have validated and actually went to some of the institute for validating our problem at the same time for validating our approaches as well as prototypes. So this is the thing related to same. So thank you. We are open for the question.
So guys, thank you for this. This is actually brilliant, and obviously many brilliant ideas would come up with skepticism, and which I'm sure you would have faced quite a few. Two very quick feedbacks and then two questions. One is that your strength is the patent that you're talking of, and hence you should be speaking more about that. While the market size, everybody is aware, there's a lot of people, the population size is big, which would require this solution. So what exactly is that patent? Where exactly have you reached in that entire cycle of from conceptualization to presentation or to the product actually?
Right.
The second part is that how many actually pages you have already converted?
Yeah, sure.
That would be a good place to start, and then I will come to the next ones.
Sure. So to start with patent, so there are two types of patent that is possible with our solution. So one is a design patent and second is a process patent. So I would like to start with a process patent. So process patent is basically based on the electromagnetism technology that we are using into the solution. And that is something different and unique that we are bringing into this solution. And design patent is specifically the braille structure, how we are forming it in a form of a stack. And that design patent is like what we are trying for, and it is at present at the attorney stage, which is initially we are filing for provisional patent.
Okay, because I've seen at least two startups who are working in this space, who have got similar technologies where the pages can be converted. But have you converted yet any page even in any prototype?
Yes. So basically, what we are presenting is it can convert anything online and offline. So consider if you have a PDF, it can be converted at a real time. So that is the thing we are proposing with the help of this solution. And we have converted few of the pages and tested the accuracy and what is the time it is taking for conversion of the same. So it is quite successful as of now, and we are working more upon same to make it more design friendly at the same time, more robust.
Any data around this? Any data around this you already have?
Yeah, sir, basically we are not actually converting anything. So basically, if you have a PDF, so it scans the whole page and it gives out in the form of a braille replication. So it's a real-time replication that happens. So it's not a data that we are all storing or that could be given out. So it's a real-time process that is happening with the same. So like consider if there is a camera that's capturing the image at a real time. So that's how it is.
Okay, so that's what you're saying, that what you're proposing to do, that the camera would take picture and that it will convert, but we haven't yet seen it doing it.
Yeah. So we have a few of a video as well for the same.
Okay.
So should I go for the video?
Okay, quick.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Just a second, I'm sharing. So here you can see a real-time conversion of the here real-time conversion of the. So we have captured the image of the same so that it could be demonstrated when needed.
Okay, and this is after taking a photograph of a page? Or
No. It's whatever data is given into same, it gets converted at a real time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, Chinmaya, Prabodh, and Nikita. I think it's a wonderful idea, and it's fascinating to see those budgets coming up, and that's really cool. Quick question to you, and then I'll give you one feedback. I mean, trivial, but it's going to be important. The first question really is: what are your not your competitors within converting something into Braille, but what is the real threat of substitute for you? If you are visually impaired, because world over most people are trying to communicate back to the visually impaired through audio inputs.
Right.
Go to an ATM, I'm able to do that. If I pick up a book, I can convert it into an audio book. Most tablets now allow you to speak out content. So what is the real market size for this?
Right. So we actually thought of same, like when we thought of this problem and solving the solution for the visual impaired, we actually thought of a sound-based system that could help them in like converting any text into the audio-based system. So this particular thing could help the visual impaired in understanding any content-related aspect, like consider if they want to read and understand any novel or the social sciences at a real time. But when we talk about mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, which is the core concept, and computer-related aspect, it cannot be done only with the help of hearing it. So it needs a special assistance in a form of a braille. And their education is currently going in this traditional format itself, where their printer cost is quite high, and printer cost can go up to 2 to 2.5 lakhs, and maintenance at the same time is very high. At the same time, printing cost is also way high. So that is the thing we wanted to change, and it is going on tradition. So for that aspect, we are targeting institutes, government agencies, and specifically NGOs, blind relief associations. So that is our main target customer that we're targeting.
Are you aware of any possibility of that means of instruction changing? Because the way instruction is imparted to people is now changing rapidly, right? Across,
Right,
I mean, they're not just visually impaired, but across. Do you see that a change into saying that I will move away from the physical and the physical specifically around touching and feeling to a more oral or something else, some mechanism that will upend your product? Because the product is fascinating, but it has that loophole that unless you're talking about touch and feel, something that cannot be taught. I understand what you're saying. So if I have to do a science experiment, you need to see it, right? Not hear about it. But do you see that there is some possibility of that mechanism appending your product?
Right. So we are like going forward, we are bringing into the scene that haptic feedback mechanism that is based on spatial vibration waveform, which can give a actual feel of the tablet that we are using, the similar feel that it can give to a visual image. So that is what we are integrating with this system, and only in 10,000.
Okay, so haptic is inbuilt into your device, is it right now?
Yes, right.
All right. And the two trivial pieces of advice to you. I mean, there are some 3 or 4 slides where I've noticed errors in spelling. That's an important thing, right? I mean, when you're pitching to an investor, that shows attention to detail. So you might want to correct that.
Sure,
right?
sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Chinmay, one quick question. I gather that you already have a prototype of the tablet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have it. So if needed, it can be displayed.
Yes, right.
Okay, fair enough.
And you said, I think just one clarification, you said that you're going to use contract manufacturers and you have a cost factor as well, but so what sort of an arrangement is there, or are you still exploring an arrangement? What is that kind of in terms of ensuring that we are able to match our requirements?
Yes, sir. Actually, we are exploring the same, and we are looking at what are the possibilities and best thing. But we have sorted out that in terms of setting up our own manufacturing unit and going for contract manufacturing at an initial stage would be more beneficial to us and more of a cost saving for us. So that's why we are looking for contract manufacturing, which is not yet sorted.
Okay, sure.
Just one more question, or rather comment from my side. And again, I'm looking at this product actually becoming commercialized. Have you looked at the usability of the product in a real world scenario? What I'm trying to say is, I mean, you would have seen a bunch of products, especially groundbreaking products. I mean, example could be that folding phone, right? That Samsung released, and then within a couple of weeks we realize in the real world when you use it, it's not going to work. Right, you start seeing folds, the folds will break, and so that's something that you need to consider as well as a viable product idea. I mean, the patent is great, but many patents exist which work, in a lab setting. The maintainability of the device, the ruggedness of the device is stuff that you need to do a little bit of research on to answer some of those questions that will come up as well.
Sure. Yes, we'll work upon it. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, team. You may pull down. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, I think they've gone off. That's all right.
No, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Yes, sir.
Okay, I think, brilliant concept. Wonderful that you already have a prototype and all, but I would suggest that you use the prototype a lot more in your presentation to make it more impactful.
Sure, sir, sure. Noted. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you for suggestion.
Thank you, Sricharan. Thank you, Team Biscare. We will move on to our next team now, which is Team IOTA from SRCC. And while the team comes up and they bring up their presentation, it would be interesting to know why they are calling themselves IOTA. So, does any one of you want to talk about it?
Yeah, so the reason why we're calling ourselves as IOTA is, I mean, our motto is to striving things that seems to be unimaginable. That's something that we've also presented on our first slide as well. So we are striving to achieve something that's unimaginable. And yeah, that's the basic rationale behind naming ourselves as Team IOTA.
All right.
Another possible reasoning we thought of that when you introduced ourselves, you said that we are the only undergrad team present over here. So just like IOTA, which may seem small but has the potential to create unimaginable impact.
That's fantastic thinking, Raghav. Great to know that, and I'm quite certain that you all will completely rock it. Over to you all.
I hope I'm audible, right?
Yes.
Should we start?
Please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Raghav Goyal. My teammates are Garvit Goswami and Aarti Muthaiya, and together we are Team IOTA. We're here to leverage on the impacts of COVID and bring a change. Sailing through these unprecedented times, and finally a sigh of relief. Finally, there were unlockdowns. But despite everything opening up, were you also too scared to go out? Did you also want to know how many people are already there at your favorite cafe in CyberHub before actually going there? Were you also worried about crossing red zones on your way to your favorite shopping store at CP? Or were you one of the 1,000 retailers, cafe or shop owners waiting for the day when your shop gets full again? But not too full. If the answer to any of these questions is a yes, then ladies and gentlemen, you aren't alone.
Because, according to Economic Times, 40% of the population are reluctant to go out, shop, or dine due to the fear of crowds despite unlockdowns. While the Survey of India claims that an alarming 67% of the Indian population gets anxious on the road due to the fear of contracting COVID-19, unfortunately enough, these grave problems have led to an 84% dip in footfall at public spaces like malls, retails, cafes, etc., leading to an 88.4% drop in sales as per business standards. In a nutshell, quoting NDTV, the fear to dine, shop, and travel due to unawareness of crowd count and population density has led to the masses worrying and industries like food and retail bleeding.
To pull these industries and the general public out of their woes, we bring to you our mobile application, Sarthi, which is a one-stop solution for a better going out experience. Sarthi gives you the live crowd count and density of your preferred retail outlet, eatery or mall in real time, and also takes you there via the safest route possible or allows you to book it for later. This results in a uniform and a higher footfall at retails, cafes, etc., thus giving the much needed boost in sales. How does it work?
Our interface is very simple and user-friendly. You just need to sign in and search for the location you wish to visit. Following this, you will be shown live crowd count at the location and you will have 3 different options. You can either opt for knowing the safest route possible, or you can go ahead and book slots. You can also see more options in proximity. On the back end, we are getting crowd data via our crowd counting devices and other information via physical surveys. This data is sent to the client and is also shown to the user. If the user opts to visit the area, the safest route is calculated by a safety algorithm. However, if the user wants to book slots, then we redirect him to the booking platforms. They can also view other locations taking into account factors like proximity and location history. Our crowd count devices works with the help of infrared sensors integrated with an internet module enabled microcontroller. These sensors detect interruptions in the signals. So if a person is entering, interruption is in sensor 1, before interruption in sensor 2, resulting in an overall +1. On the other hand, if it's vice versa, then it subtracts one person from the total inflow. This data is processed on a server and real-time crowd count at a location is further updated on the application's front end. Our safety navigation is dependent on 6 factors. These are population density, where we get density data via satellite imaging, COVID points, where we avoid areas with high cases, point avoid, where we avoid hotspots like hospitals. Containment zones uses raycasting technique to avoid infested areas. Traffic helps you navigate via the fastest route, and temperature and humidity is based on a lowest regression model based on a transmission study.
This is how Sarthi will look like once it's ready to hit the market. As you can see that the Sarthi crowd count devices are universal and can be installed on retail outlets, departmental stores, salons, restaurants, etc. The data from these devices is transmitted to our app in real time for the users to review and make his wise decision.
Turn right. The developed app seeks revenue from 3 major streams. First on board is the freemium model, where the free end user is provided with access with some restricted features, whereas the premium user will be able to enjoy ad-free unlimited access at a mere price of ₹80 per annum. Secondly, the traffic through free users generates revenue via banner advertisements, with the ECPM fixed at $0.5. The third source being installation of crowd count device, for which a nominal one-time fee of ₹250 is charged to our clients, the owners of the establishments. Our clients are also incentivized with free access to monthly analytics, which facilitates forecasts.
What does Sarthi bring to the table? Sarthi provides a one-stop solution to the user's needs of going out by enabling crowd count information coupled with navigation, bookings, and the option to explore more. A user is also promised with ease in decision-making by making him well-informed about the crowd status at his desired and nearby places. With better planning and desired crowd count at the location, Sarthi enhances and safeguards your overall outing experience.
Sarthi has an incentivization model for the clients for installing our crowd count devices at their outlets or shops. Sarthi helps outlets to regain customer trust by ensuring a better experience at their place. It also makes it easy for clients to follow COVID-19 safety norms by alerting them if their space is too packed, thus also enhancing the client's brand image. Sarthi boosts client sales through higher footfall during MTRs, ensures better staff management, and higher customer and sales retention by allowing prospective customers to plan their visit suitably. We also help clients build better customer acquisition and discount strategies using monthly crowd count analytics and performance reports.
What makes Sarthi stand out? The features of live crowd count, safe route navigation, COVID-centric approach, book for later option, and airtight client incentivization model makes us a premium solution when compared to other similar applications. While most other first movers in the crowd count segments in the US, such as VCount, Irisis, Wait&, Trafsys, etc., are highly unaffordable, client-centric models which do not cater to the mass general public, Sarthi is a cost-effective solution for crowd count and navigation and an everyday application with potential for an exponential impact.
How do we roll out? Delhi NCR is Sarthi's target in the first year of implementation, and we plan to follow a clusters-based approach for expansion. In the first quarter, the clusters of GTB and Hudson Lane will be tapped for initial interventions with a target of installing 240 devices. With installation of 960 devices in the second quarter, Sarthi will add 2 new clusters, namely North Place and Horsecars. The third quarter will consist of interventions in prominent retails, malls, and shopping complexes. In the last quarter, Sarthi shall install 2,400 devices to engage in a pan-Delhi operations.
Sarthi is here to stay. It's an answer to the trends of the lockdown, but Sarthi's vision and potential are over and beyond the pandemic. On this note, Sarthi shall penetrate into major tier cities in year 2. In the third year, Sarthi will add on new features for both the end user and the client. This year, we'll also focus on pan-Indian expansion. In year 4 and thereon, we will diversify into virtual booking lines, office solutions, larger public spaces using stereo vision.
On the basis of our proposed roadmap, data from Ixigo and Zomato, and our primary market research, these are our growth projections in the first 3 years with regards to number of crowd count devices installed and total number of downloads of the Sarthi application.
Now let's have a look at Sarthi's numbers. Our expenses in broad terms include app development and server costs, R&D and assembly for the crowd count devices, marketing expenses along with others, with revenues flowing in through freemium subscription, installation of devices and advertisements. Our numbers stand at a mere loss of 1.1 lakh in year 1, a profit of 8.5 lakhs in year 2, and 34.9 lakhs in year 3.
We have completed the user interface for our application and have also developed the safety algorithm and successfully integrated it with our app. Our primary prototype for the crowd count devices is also ready, and we are working on feeding the live data into our application. We require seed capital of 3,48,000 for launching Sarthi in the market.
As you can see here, the primary prototype of a crowd count device in form of a circuit is ready, which is reading interruptions in form of the IR sensors, and inflow and outflow of people is getting counted. This is the primary application integrated with the safety algorithm using 6 factors, and it's ready to use by the user.
The new normal calls for applications such as ours that could enable industries and the mass general public to adapt to the futuristic data-driven trends. It's a humble contribution to the lakhs of small businesses and retail establishments that have crumbled during the pandemic. Sarthi is our vision towards the safest hassle-free outing experience. In anticipation of a safer world, let us step out with Sarthi. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Over to our jury now.
Yeah, I'll go first.
Thank you,
very interesting presentation. Sorry, Biswa, can I go?
Of course, of course.
So very interesting and very topical. But I was just kind of, I would like to intersperse this with, today's newspapers, okay? Today's newspapers all say that COVID count is going uniformly down across the globe, not only in India, right? India has been down for quite some time now, well in control. This whole idea is on crowded and COVID being there. What if COVID is not there in maybe 6 months or maybe 1 year, 2 years down the line? Where does this idea go?
Right, sir. Sir, I would like to take up that question. So, sir, Sarthi is an answer to the COVID trends. We are leveraging on the impact of COVID, the trend, the mindset of the people, the behavioral change that has been developed among the people. But Sarthi is here to stay. Its impact and vision is beyond COVID. Now, let's imagine a scenario 7 months down the lane. As a consumer, won't you be willing to go to, when you're going for shopping, won't you be willing to go to a shop which is less crowded? For example, you wouldn't want your shopping experience to be disturbed because the shop is very crowded. There are no salesperson to cater your needs to. Or let's say you're going out on a family dinner. You would want to go to a place, let's say, which is less crowded for a peaceful dinner. Or you want to go to clubbing. You would want to go to a club which is full of people so that you can enjoy yourself. So this was from the perspective of a consumer. Now, from the perspective of a retailer, why does Sarthi stay? I believe that we are advancing to a more data-driven and technology-centric world. It's important for India, especially for Indian small retailers, to start absorbing this new advancing era that we are moving into. So Sarthi is a humble contribution for them to leverage on this data about the numbers of people coming in, going out, their conversion rates, etc., to formulate more appropriate strategies to make their establishments more profitable and understand their consumers better. Talking about this, adding on to a few relevant points that we feel could be useful here. The industry trends also predict that by 2020, the crowd count, this industry would touch a USD 110 million with a CAGR close to around 14%. Also, to expand our futuristic vision, we also plan to integrate stereo vision technology. This technology doesn't just help to enable crowd count, but also help to understand the demographics of the customer, manage queues, manage booking lines, etc., which we think, sir, is the future for the retail industry.
Okay, thanks for that. But just a thought: why did you look for a separate device? Because see, most of the shops, and I would say kirana shops also, and of course big establishments, and where a lot of people go, typically have CCTVs installed in big numbers. So why not integrate or leverage that which an investment which somebody's already made, and with a a small app this brings to life? Won't that be much more smarter for those guys to do?
Right, sir. Sir, absolutely. Sir, we agree with what you're saying. So, sir, apps in US, sir, there are organizations like Wait and Transfersys which use deep learning and AI install it in the CCTV or the cameras, etc., to study the patterns. But sir, our vision for Sarthi is for an inclusive growth where we are targeting both the bigger and the smaller players. These technologies which are offered by VCount irises can be afforded only by huge retail chains, etc., and not by, let's say, a small shopping center, or let's say a normal retailer, etc., who may not even have the appropriate infrastructure for installing such a high technology system. Therefore, we want to take the market responsiveness, wherein we also did a primary market survey in near to our campus in Hudson Lanes, etc. And we found out that yes, retailers are up for such a thing. And adding on to that, sir, we also wish to integrate what you just said with the stereo vision technology for larger crowd spaces, for bigger players, and with better infrastructure 3 years down the line, when we believe the industry landscape for the retailers would also improve and would enable them to, number one, afford such higher end technologies, and also maintain them with their optimum capacity.
Hi, this is Bhavna, your team IOTA. Well done, good presentation. A similar question to Rahul is, like he said, right? COVID is dwindling down, thankfully, and this solution that you presented is a deterrent for these retailers, because their sales is based on the footfall, okay, of consumers. Now, if a consumer says that there is crowd here, the retailer will technically not get that consumer at the point in time, which is a deterrent for the retailer. So why would a retailer take a solution like this, in fact, put a device in his premise and actually give an indication to the client not to come? I mean, no sales happens on that kind of thing, at least in India, right? I can imagine if the solution was put in a country like US or anywhere else where they are very critical about critical mass and stuff, but in India this is not how businesses operate, right? And especially, like you said, the NCR region. So this is a question and also a suggestion. This application of this app could also be used for travel, right? Where you could, if people want to go to a certain place for travel, they're spending more money, they would want to know if that place is crowded. That is where this idea could probably work. But I don't see this, very much in the area of especially sales, or especially like shopping sales, if I'd put it that way.
Right. Thank you for your question, ma'am. Absolutely. We were also of understanding of the market that, let's say, in a retail space, why would the retailers want to display the live data at their stores or at their establishments to the users, which might turn them away. But after a primary understanding or primary talking to many retailers, I'll quote owner from the Cafeteria and Co. So what he said, that for him, such an application would be extremely useful, because one, Cafeteria and Co has a I would say a dedicated group of students or people who come there. Now, what happens is that if, let's say, his restaurant is empty right now, there can be two cases. Let's say if his restaurant is empty right now, kids like me would get excited that, let's say, Cafeteria and Co is empty right now, let's go there. The second scenario, where the restaurant is crowded right now, what would happen is that I, without knowing how crowded is Cafeteria and Co right now, I would go down there, right? Now, what I see is that there is a waiting of half an hour or 1 hour. That would just turn me away. There is no customer retention or no sales retention. But when I know that Cafeteria and Co is crowded right now, I can plan my visit accordingly, because that's my favorite cafe. That's my go-to place. I'll go there. I may plan to shift my visit 1 hour accordingly, but actually go there. So when your place is crowded, you're not in a place to entertain more customers, whether it's for cafes or it's for shopping places, because you have less staff management. There is no manpower to handle new customers, so they're going away anyway when your place is crowded. But with Sarthi, their fixed customer might plan his visit accordingly, shift to a later time when there is empty hours, when there is no footfall, thus ensuring customer and sales retention. There are the US-based firms that we just talked about have seen a major success in this area, wherein restaurants, cafes are installing their spaces, but again, that data is, we understand, not visible to the spaces.
So I have one question. Now, one is that somewhere, it's not very clear to me, is the entire COVID thing is an afterthought, and my core proposition is actually crowd counting. So we're saying that I'm giving a crowd counting platform, and which has its very clear use case, because I want analytics. I need to know what type of customers are coming, and basis that, I can better manage my entire operations. Once we go and make this entire crowd coming into my premises the main feature, there will be a lot of questions. One, how long does it take for the crowd entire scenario to change? It's saying that I need to plan a visit to a cafeteria, which is say half an hour from my place. Within half an hour, the demographics may completely change. The place will just become full, and by the time I reach there, so my shopping experience would not per se get defined on, as of now, how many customers are going to be, basis that I will decide whether I should go for a shopping or not.
Right.
So that's a question that you need to answer, that what is the time duration for my transit, and how things change. That's point number one. Second thing is that entire other things, the routing that needs to be we can provide, satellite density. I mean, I don't know how that is getting integrated here, that I'm going to look at the population basis, the satellite imagery now, which is obviously almost never real time. So I think, are we packing too many things, in this? If we can know what exactly is the core value proposition and maybe add a few more freebies around with this, great. But otherwise, concept nice. But how do we execute it is something that we need to focus.
I would like to answer that. So, sir, beginning with your query for this is absolutely correct, sir. Ma'am, can I take just 30 seconds and answer this question?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So correct, sir. Our primary proposition that we are proposing is a crowd-count devices. While ideating on the app or while making the actual app, we thought that why not make Sarthi a comprehensive solution for going out needs. And today, when we actually started working on this idea, COVID was at its peak, and experts were also predicting a second wave. So the safety route was supposed to, according to the trends, was supposed to take larger relevance then. So safety route was just an added feature to make Sarthi a holistic, a 360-degree solution to the going out needs. Now, talking about why would I want to plan my visit beforehand? Let's say if I'm going down 30 minutes. So there are two features that help us mitigate this risk. Number one, we have a notify me feature, wherein if you're on your way to an app and there is a larger inflow of people, more than your desired count, so there will be a notification sent to your mobile that the place is crowded now. Other than that, if you're at the place, then there's an option to view more. Now this view more is dependent on factors like the proximity, your travel history, and the type of place that you want to visit. So that takes into account all these things and also ensures that your going out experience is not hampered, because it suggests you places that you can go to instead of that particular place. I think, Garvit, do you want to take the safety algorithm?
Yeah, so two things. Safety algorithm, as Raghav already mentioned, safety algorithm is something that we are right now, that we did initiate because of the fact because COVID was at its peak. Over the period of time, we will most probably do away with most of the things, because let's say COVID cases are going down. So we will focus only on routing in the future. So population density, very correct that it is not satellite imaging, that is not real time. And the only point of population density was initially to make user stay away from areas that are more populated while routing, and not while seeing the, so these are two different aspects. One is the routing aspect and another is the crowd counting aspect. Over the period of next year or next 2 years, we'll be focusing more on the crowd counting rather than routing techniques, because routing techniques, as you already mentioned, safety algorithm will hold less relevance in the future itself. So that's something that,
So we just wanted to integrate that while we want a navigation to happen, why don't we make the navigation more useful for the consumer or more useful for the user and give them a safety navigation instead of a normal navigation? Another small value proposition which may attract a user to download Sarthi. And so there's the population. We've explained all the 6 factors that we take in account. So safety navigation was something which was very simple to integrate, but we did feel that it was something additional to the app.
Thanks, Raghav. I think
so just one last, it's not even a question really. I heard the presentation was a wonderful presentation. I should say really well done. Don't start with that whole IOTA, because we are undergrads. You guys have done really well. So, throw that out of the window. I think it was fairly nicely done. There are points that we need to take, but I think this is something that can be developed and taken forward. Great job.
I take it there are no more questions. So thank you, Team Iota. Great presentation. We will now take a quick break. This is a break for about 30 minutes. We will all circle back at 1 o'clock, given it's 12:32. Post which we will take up the next two presentations, and then we have a series of contests planned for our audience. We also have a very exciting pop quiz coming up and a surprising engagement activity, which is quite fun. In that duration, the jury is going to deliberate on the outcome, and we'll also come back with our observations once you're through with your activities. Thank you. We'll see you all at 1 o'clock here.
Thanks,
we are running slightly behind schedule, so we will start with our next presentation at 1:10 p.m. sharp. So just be patient with us. We just, waiting for some of our folks to join back. Thank you. we are back and we are ready to start with our next two presentations. Before we invite the next team, I just wanted to once again reiterate that after we're done with the presentations and once we finish the judges' deliberation, we would be happy to take up any and every query that you would have about KPMG, a career with us, or anything you want to know more about KPMG. Please do feel free to, at least for those who are attending the Zoom session and are a part of this, you can type in your queries in the chat window and the Dare to Compete team will collate it from here. And for the live audience who are watching it, please do type in your queries on the Dare to Compete YouTube channel where you're watching this live. We will pick up these queries from the comment section there. With that, I'm going to invite our next team, which is Team Expecto Winnow from IIT ISM Dhanbad, to bring up their presentation and turn on their videos. Over to you, team.
Am I audible?
Is the presentation visible?
Yes, it is, but your sound is very feeble.
Is it my voice you're talking about?
Even your sound is feeble, both of you.
Am I audible?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, all three of you. Can you just work on your volumes because all three of you are sounding a little feeble.
I will talk a little louder.
Yeah, okay. So I think you will have to work on getting closer to your laptop if you can't get any louder from there because your sound is not very clear.
I think it will be louder now.
No, I think that is still very feeble for our audience. Do you want to try again once?
Is it okay now?
Better.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Audible?
Yeah. Yes, Ashish.
Am I audible?
Yeah,
yes,
Ashish.
you are.
You can start, right?
You start?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, respected jury and everyone present here. I am Ashish Singh, along with my team members Rishabh Bora and Priyansh Sharma. We are second year undergrads from IIT ISM Dhanbad and we are Team Expecto Winnow. Now let's begin by becoming aware of the current scenario. It is no surprise that COVID-19 has altered the way we work and interact with each other in and outside the workspace. This pandemic proved to be a trigger which has sped up the adoption of digital technologies by several years. Remote working became a new normal and seems like it is here to stay. But going by the recent survey by the Harris Poll, majority employees prefer traditional workspaces to remote working. This indicates that there is a general sense of uneasiness regarding the new changes. As working from home becomes a necessary reality for more and more workers, some may struggle to adapt to the new environment. Despite all the perks remote workers enjoy, there are a number of challenges arising from working remotely. The most common challenge being reported is collaborating from different locations. Reduced interaction induces weaker coordination and feeling of isolation. Working unmonitored with frequent breaks reduces the productivity when you work remotely. It becomes very easy to get into a habit of sitting down at your computer and working all day by yourself, neglecting breaks and affecting your health. Not everyone has natural self-discipline. While some people struggle with eliminating distraction and focusing on completing their work tasks, others have a hard time unplugging at the end of the day and overexhausting oneself. To overcome these problems, we bring to you our product, Companions, an app that gives you 3 different voice-controlled AI-based solutions, namely Work, Health, and Social Companion, that will not just be your assistant and make your work easier, but also take care of your physical and mental health. They are the new smart friends for the new normal. Remote working is a blessing that comes due to technology. The Work Companion will help you remain efficient at your work. It'll help you schedule events, meetings, and tasks and give you soft reminders about them. Your app can be synced with both your mobile and laptop. It'll remind you to get back to your work whenever you're away from your device or using some other application during work time. The Health Companion gives you features like Fitness Tracker, which keeps a record of your daily activities, workout, calorie intake, calorie burn, BMI, and other related stuff. It'll also give you a proper diet plan as per the exact requirements of your body and will remind you about the same. Health tips and other recovery methods will be provided by the app. It'll create awareness, motivate you to improve your habits, and help avoid procrastination. Just like physical health, mental health is equally important. Your social companion comes with a mood tracker to keep a track of your daily mood, activities, and create patterns to become more productive. Your AI friend will always be there to assist you, or even when you just need to vent out your emotions. It'll provide you with news from around the world and from verified sources to avoid unnecessary panic. Discussion forums will help you connect with users in similar situations and help you cope with the fact that you are not alone.
Now, talking about our target audience, our product implements both B2B and B2C models. For B2C, any working professional having a tough time managing remote working, unable to segregate between personal and professional lives, requires assistance in taking care of mental and physical health, in general, struggling to cope up with the new changes can easily download it from the app stores. While for B2B, we plan for a corporate model. This will not just benefit the employees, but also help the companies in keeping a track of the efficiency and well-being of their employees. Now coming to what shall be the potential market for our product. Our app is primarily useful to the professional workforce and a part of the urban population. Since we plan to start off from India, so according to the India Skill Report 2019, 15.2 million users shall constitute our TAM, out of which we estimated from our competitors' data that our SAM will be around 4.5 million, which makes about 30% of TAM.
So talking about our revenue model, it is a freemium model with flexible subscription packages. Price for any one companion is rupees 250 and for collective 3 is rupees 600. But the free model will have all the basic features together. The premium features will be ML powered personal features such as productivity enhancer, mood enhancer, interactive AI chatbot, which will be your best friend, and habit improver. The corporate model is planned as such that will charge companies on the basis of their total employees. Rupees 500 per employee with all the premium features along with enabling the employer to monitor employees and also their interaction. So coming to product strategy, we plan to capture B2C consumers by strategized digital marketing with 80% acquisition inorganically, with costing about rupees 180 per consumer. For B2B consumers, we plan to hire sales executives. For both the methods, we'll pilot with top 6 cities with most MNCs and corporates and then expand to all metros and mini metros to then pan-India. We'll keep a simple sign-in process and user-friendly UI with a free trial of 2 months for all the premium features. Effective feedback and incentive referral campaigns will help us create user engagement. Already discussed flexible and nominal pricing strategy will help us in retention and generating revenue. For the first 6 months, we'll focus primarily on product development, and we expect to have our MVP by the end of 6 months. Then for the next 3 months, we will soft release the beta product into prime targeted cities like Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad, Mumbai, NCR. Then from 9th month, we'll implement the feedback and further develop our product and reshape our model. By the end of the first year, we expect to have a stable product and then releasing to other metro and mini metro cities, and also launching the corporate variant for the pilot cities. Then, by the end of a year and a half, we'll have built our app and software and release it in Pan India. The next 6 months, we'll indulge in heavy promotions and social media marketing. By the end of 2 years, we expect that our product will be generally available with established popularity. This is our consumers and financial projections by the end of 3 years. While individual consumers, corporate customers, and cash represent total number by the period, whereas revenue, cost, and earnings represent monthly figures by the end of that period. For example, by the end of the first half of the second year, the monthly revenue is 3.42 crores and cash is minus 31.1 crore. So we expect to become monthly profitable in 27th month and the cash will become positive in around 3.5 years. We have also linked the detailed analysis month-wise. So if you think that this is what all we have, you might be wrong. Our plans for future holds student mode, a mode similar to the corporate model, but specialized for schools and students. We are also planning to collaborate with different platforms and companies to enhance our product value. We have a strong plan to develop a smartwatch app to better track the consumer.
With the growth of technology, many apps have been developed which provide you with work assistance, help you reach your fitness goals, and take care of your mental well-being. AI chatbots, well-being coach apps, and personal assistant apps are some of our direct competitors, while our indirect competitors include health and fitness apps, schedule manager and reminder apps, personal motivation and guidance apps. Also, therapists and counselors are our indirect competitors. However, these competitors are not so much personalized and do not offer all-in-one support as we do. Friendships play a vital role in our well-being and health. And by being alone without any assistance, it is quite difficult to succeed. So we have developed this unique mixture of AI friend and assistant, which is your true companion. Our app is unique and effective as this single app provides you with work, health, and social companions, which is a complete package in itself. These friends are always there for you, regardless of the situation. And since they are based on AI, they will improvise and shape themselves according to you and your needs. To provide security to the data of the consumers, our app will have an end-to-end encryption with data being decrypted on the servers directly, ensuring that no data is exposed. You will also be having an option to select customized subscription packages and pay for the features that you want. This was all about our idea. So what do we ask from you? The first and obvious is funding. Funding will help us start our product and get our business rolling. If not funds, even finding suitable investors will be great. Secondly, we need debunkers, experts and mentors who can find out the fault and loopholes that we never saw coming and help us address them. Last but not the least, promotions. Popularizing a product is equally important in the business.
A friend in need is a friend indeed. These three friends will be available on all the platforms, from Android to iOS to a desktop to a laptop, all synced in. And they are not only about making things easy while working from home, but will equally be great even when the new normal is gone and you start working from the office. Thank you, everyone. I hope you like our idea.
Thank you, team. With that, I'll invite the jury for their questions.
Hi guys, very well done. One of the cleanest presentations today, so congratulations on that. And the clarity is awesome. Very quick, question: where are we currently on this? At what stage of development?
Okay, so we have find out models and like which models we will be taking for the AI and machine learning purposes. We are just working on the the data set collection and all. So like we have planned that while releasing our product for the first month, we will be taking the user manual input from the customers, and from the second month itself, we will be providing all the AI based solutions with a prediction with a feedback system, which is nothing but self-supervised model. So these what are the features that we will be including, and based on that, all the feedback that we'll be getting, we will improvise our model, and then after the second month, we will be providing complete AI-based solutions.
So currently, do we have a model in place? That's the question. Do we have we gone ahead and tested it, sandboxed it, whatever? I mean, what have we done on this now beyond the ideation?
Actually, we needed a strong data set for this, and actually we are working on the data set right now.
Okay.
The cleaning purposes and all the filling up the missing values and all. So presently we are exploring the data set.
Okay, all from my side. Thanks.
So have you done any primaries for this? Have you interacted with your possible users? Have you taken their feedback on this? And this is the first question. And second question, the financial summary you projected, that might require a huge loss funding in the initial period. And also possibly there will be a working capital gap in the initial period. So how do you plan to manage that part?
Okay, sir, I'd like to take the first question. We have talked to many corporate workers and many employees that we know, like who work in MNCs and different companies. So even they have testified that this is a relevant idea, that even they face issues like over-exhausting themselves, or sometimes they skip breaks, or sometimes they get too much distracted, they neglect their health benefits, and also they are not mentally restraining, working from home for so much of time. So when they have testified that this is a good idea.
Okay. Any thoughts on the second question?
Second question, I'd like Ashisha to go to the finances slide. So basically, yeah, the thing is that we'll need a lot of fund to support our product development and in the initial stage. And that is because initially we are just focusing on aggressively gathering the consumers and to build the consumer base. So that will require a lot of advertisement cost and acquisition costs. And also the initial, the trial period, the first 2 months we are giving free, though it will cost us on the back end, but we'll generate no revenue on that front. So that is adding up to the cost. But after a time, for about after 2 years, we plan that the corporate model will breathe revenues into our revenue model and will get positive by 3.5 years.
Okay. Do have a look at the cash balance position. It's looking little too much on the negative cash balance perspective.
Okay, sure.
Hi, one question from my side, team. Good presentation and very smooth. Can you just go to the competitive analysis slide that you just showed? Yeah, sorry, the previous one. Yeah, I just like to understand what is the unique proposition, because the space is very crowded. Okay, the work that you're doing, and the space itself is full of many such apps that you spoke of. So, what is very unique to Companion as a whole, and what is the differentiator that you have versus the other competitors? The same question technically, but yeah.
I like to take that question. So basically, the market peers than us, they all are very specific. Like either some take care of your health, either some take care of your mental balance, or either some just your work assistant. But what we are providing is a perfect blend of all the three companions that one needs in his life or her life. And also, the second USP of our product is that it is highly AI and ML driven. So the solutions and results that we'll provide to them will be very personalized. Like after a time, per se, like you have a friend, and after a time he or she gets to know you better. Similarly, our AI ML model will get to know you and your habits better, and can suggest how to improve you better.
Can you talk a little bit more about the AI ML
Yeah,
that's
I was
going
just
to
going
be
to
used?
ask that. Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to ask that question. Can you talk a little bit more, because there's no prototype that we can see. So, how do you plan to use this AI ML that you speak of? Yeah, and embed that into your solution.
I can take up this question. Actually, like if we talk about the companion wise, like if we take the example of the social companion, like we have taken the Roberta model, which is by Facebook. It is nothing but it is kind of a sentiment analysis based on the natural language processing. While we are talking with the chatbot or just we are texting with it, it will take all the inputs and we will put that in our model, and accordingly we will get like either it is like in a positive way, in a negative way, or neutral, and like we can categorize them and provide a solution. Like if the person is sad, we can either play him a song or suggest him some movies and all, and some kind of motivation we can give him. This was about the social part. For the health part, we have taken a nutrition based data set in which depending on the region wise, there will be a question while we are collecting the data, like which region do you belong and what is your food category, like are you a vegetarian or a non-vegetarian, and accordingly it will suggest you some diets, and they will be categorized. If suppose a person is deficit on calories intake, so we will provide him solutions which are high on calorie intake, so that there is a proper diet balanced. And while if we talk about work space, there will be a proper schedule manager. Suppose that we will be taking for example, we will be taking the data set from Monday to Sunday. So depending the work is mostly on Monday to Friday for most of the professionals. For that part, we will be suggesting the users that on Monday to Friday, you should more concentrate on your work part. And when you have free time, you should pay attention to your health and all. And this will be categorized by the AI ML model depending on the timeline of that person.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm audible. Okay. So I've been listening to you. I mean, if you ask me straight off the bat, and if I was to use a client's lens, this looks like a coming together of 5 high school projects. okay, in an app, or other 5 small apps that you can probably download from some place, open source. You can re-engineer a bit, because I don't see a barrier to entry even for the amalgamated super app that you have tried and created here, right? And you asked for investment, you asked for mentorship. Now, someone who's trying to come into, like Bhavna said, this extremely crowded space would probably have done a lot of primary research, got some advisors who would have come to you and said, you know what, these are some of the challenges that we have as practitioners, despite having all the tools and aids and accessories that today technology affords us. So have you done, so there are 2 questions here. Number 1, do you have some sort of a primary advisor who will stay with you through the course of the evolution of this entire business idea, who has probably even helped you conceptualize this? And number 2, what is, in your view, the barrier to entry which will not make you redundant in, say, 3 months? Hello?
I'd like to answer the first part. We do not have any primary advisor on board with us, which one.
Sorry for being a bit abstruse about this, but yeah, I mean, that's what I thought, right? So if you need to be unique, you have to have a unique selling proposition, which I don't frankly see in this at this point in time.
Sir, I'd like to state the USP again. 2 points. The first one, which you also said that we have combined different projects into one-stop app. The second one being the personalized feature, for example, I'll say, suppose you schedule your breaks for after every 2 hours, just a 15 minutes break, and you are indulged in some activity and you just push it off. What normal reminders will do, like if you just push it off, it goes off. But what our product does, it understands that the break is necessary. It has to improve your efficiency, so that it will again suggest to break after when he realizes, or the companion realizes that you are not indulged very much into work and you have relaxed a bit, and then you can take a break. So it will be that personalized, and yeah, that is the uniqueness.
Okay. So just one follow-on question, right? So you also have a retail component to this, right? In terms of, you will want to have a B2C component to this as well, right? So you will want to list this on, say, the App Store, one of the variants of the App Stores. So you will need to probably definitely think about what will drive traffic to your app in terms of marketing, in terms of social outlook, in terms of referential downloads, and also there's a concept called adjacency, right? So people who download it might just delete it in a day's time. So how do you make it sticky? So these are all concepts that you will have to, because of the nature of the product that you have, these are all questions from the standpoint of sustenance that you'll have to definitely come up with, or definitely think about, okay? Especially the adjacency part, because 30 to 40% of people who download apps don't use them or delete them in favor of something else. So that's lost traffic, lost revenue for you. So these are all questions that would probably get asked you at some point.
Yeah, and just a suggestion to add to Vishnu's point, team Expecto, is, you should take your therapist and the counselors as not competitors, but they should be a part of this journey, or rather the ones creating the content for you. Because while you do the AI, ML, and the technology piece, what is missing in this project is the heart of what is the need of this and how do you approach people. And this is a very people-centric concept. So,
Yeah, so just to add to that, before the name slips my mind, you should definitely look at the business model of a company called Yoksa. Okay, take a look at it. It's also a new company headquartered out of Bangalore. It's got both the electronic as well as the brick and mortar presence. It does a bit of what you are trying to do, but of course it has gone extremely into something like what KureFit does, a different type of KureFit. But it's got a good business model, and that's also struggling, by the way. So do take a look at that. You will get some lessons.
Thank you.
I take it there are no more queries. So thank you so much, Bhavna, Vishnu, for your suggestions to the team. All the best, team. It will be interesting to see how your idea shapes up. Moving on to the last presentation of the day, and I think I'm already literally sweating it out with so many jury members. I'm very glad to be on the other side of this competition today. I don't think I would have survived the pressure. So it's amazing how all of you are holding up there. But I do think our jury is also being very kind. Thank you, jury members. I know at times they do ask you questions, but it is for your own good and for your own learning. Moving on to the last team of the day. This is the team from SV Jain, and this team is called GT Road. So it would be interesting to first understand why GT Road. So I'm going to request the team to pull up their presentation, talk about their name, and then start. Over to you guys.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll just do the presentation. I hope I'm loud and clear.
Divya, if you can just increase the volume a bit.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yeah, I think it's good, Divya.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Can we start?
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Just a second, ma'am. I think I'll just check if the audio is there. Yeah. I'll just check the audio as well. Once.
Go ahead.
Introducing. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll start. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Team the GT Road from SPJIMR. Before we get down to business, let us know the people who brought this idea into action and thereafter reveal the name GT Road.
Introducing Tuhin Bhattacharjee from the City of Joy. He's been involved into 2 major data analytics companies covering various domains like AI, cloud transformation, and machine learning. Next is Kushal Srivastava from Lucknow, who has worked at Maruti Suzuki R&D. He has practical experience in robotics and process automation IIT Bhubaneswar and Bombay. Lastly, I am Divya from Delhi and I worked at Deloitte as a business technology analyst. I also represented India in a critical project involvement of solar electrical vehicles. 3 of us being situated at 3 different points of this grand truck road. We took inspiration from it to come together and provide a pathway for futuristic solutions.
All right, so what is the main problem we are going to address today? There has been increased stress levels due to COVID, during the times of COVID due to the digital fatigue that has roped in. There was a disruption of supply chain globally and it affected the restaurants in the procurement of goods. Thirdly, there has been a decline in the number of farmers in India since the times of Green Revolution to present times. So we conducted primary research speaking to the farmers, Department of Horticulture, professors from IITs, as well as the local people. And we got to the following proposal. So what is our solution? We are offering farming as a service with our aggregator model, which will connect in-house farmers, that is the homemakers, to restaurants and farmers. We leverage the advanced technique of hydroponic farming to set up these indoor farms. To begin with, we will be using the oregano and basil as our MVP and launching it in tier 2 Indian cities, with the initial target customers being restaurants and pharma companies, and aim to achieve a break-even in 4 years with an IRR of 18%. So what is our product offering? We will like to explain in the form of this consumer journey. Next, Kushagra and Tuhin will explain the working model of the prototype we developed.
Thank you, Divya. So after identifying the problem, we decided to do a feasibility study and decided to build a prototype. So we leveraged on design thinking and used some easily available materials like milk crate, pipes, and sketch pens, and created a basic structure of the prototype. After that, we integrated it with Arduino microcontroller and added some sensors and actuators. So the sensors are there for measuring the air temperature, relative humidity, and the intensity of sunlight. For water characteristics, we also measure the water conductivity, flow rate, and advanced unit also has the pH sensor, and so that the nutrient can also be managed. So by knowing the crop which is being grown in the hydroponics, the characteristics of this enclosed environment can be controlled remotely by us on the data, on the servers. And Tuhin will be now taking is how we'll be leveraging on this data and controlling this enclosed environment.
So in terms of going live, we have already launched our website where interested participants can browse our offerings and kit details. People willing to sign up for our free kits can do so through the contact us section in our website. We have also launched a prototype of the monitoring dashboard using Tableau as the business intelligence platform. Users can monitor the data from the different sensors in the kit, which include the pH sensor, temperature sensor, and the humidity sensor. We also plan to give notifications when the produce is ready for harvest, along with showing the real-time demand.
So what is the secret sauce of our business? Firstly, capitalizing on the COVID-induced behavioral change. Owing to the pandemic, the indoor times have increased because of people working from home. This is where we come into picture and intend to provide a rejuvenating hobby to tackle digital fatigue and also provide an added income. Next is we'll be capitalizing on the unutilized compact spaces and providing a hydroponic kit. And one important point is that in a hydroponic system, as we studied, 59% of the cost is of labor. So we intend to share and minimize this cost by capitalizing the compact spaces. Third, and the most important, is the niche domain of herbs and spices that we have chosen that can be expanded to not only the Indian spices, but also the international spices.
So what is our model? Imagine sitting in front of the screen entire day. Well, it's nothing to imagine now. It's become the new normal in the times of COVID. So we are in dire need of that rejuvenating break. There, it's where we come in. We will set up hydroponic system in your home in your balconies once you subscribe on our app. You get access to the entire plant care routine. So you can do the basic processes like watering the plants through and nurture the plant growth through the inputs we provide via our app. And once the produce is ready, you can consume some and sell the rest through us. We'll ensure quality check and you get the payment. Consequently, we go and deliver to the restaurants, and any anomalies that do crop up will be taken up by our back office team. In this way, we are giving extra money to our in-house farmers, price, quality, and availability to the restaurants and pharma companies, and overall offer farming as a service. Next, Tuhin will take us through the competitive landscape.
So traditionally, when representing the competitor space in the form of a Cartesian plane, we usually take XY pairs that are correlated in terms of trade-offs. For instance, cost versus performance or risk versus return. However, our space is in more of a niche domain, and hence we separated out our axis in terms of whether the produce is a herb or a spice, or whether they are traditional leafy greens. The other axis is in terms of the degree of advanced technology being used. Now, if we look at the topmost right quadrant, this is the sweet spot that tells us that this space is not yet that crowded, especially with respect to our USP, which involves an aggregator-based platform. Also, we are keeping an eye out for any new entrants, and since this space is developing really fast, we do believe there will be more competitors active in this exact space in the future. So in terms of our financial model, we plan to break even by the 4th year. One of the things which we want to highlight here is that we'll not be charging any money for the first kit to our customers. We plan to provide it for free. However, we will be open to selling more kits to the customer if they are interested. Our revenues will primarily be based on a profit sharing model where we will charge a fixed commission rate on the produce sold through our platform. Our users of this free kit can expect to earn around rupees 8.5K in a year. Handing over to Kushagra, who will discuss more about our go-to-market strategy.
So we'll be starting from the tier 2 cities, and there are two primary reasons. First is that we are based out of these 3 cities and will be easier for us to carry out the operations. And the second is these being a tier 2 cities, it will be much more lucrative for our partners, which are the in-house farmers. So coming to in-house farmers, we are looking at homemakers, retired personals, and people who are working from home, but with the initial target of homemakers. And the market that we are looking to capture is the hotel chains through our oregano business in the initial part, and the pharma companies through our basil operations. As we see, basil is finding a lot of usage in the sanitizer production. So coming to the marketing, we've already started reaching out on Twitter and through email marketing through some of the hotels, and also giving some on our websites. Next, we'll be looking into roping in some social media influencers. And the most important is the word of mouth marketing for us. If you see our neighbor is having, then the person would also like to have. So what is the roadmap which you're following? So first, we'll be looking forward to consolidate our position in the region that we mentioned. Then we'll moving on to product diversification to 4 more spices. And then we'll be investing on our warehouse and logistics capabilities, and followed by adding more institutional buyers. So these are talking about the numbers, but what we aim is to include 1 million in-house farmers and change their life by bringing them on our platform.
All right, so what is the impact of our idea on 3 key pillars of people, planet, and profits? We are incentivizing farming by offering this model. We will be saving 90% of the water, as it uses very less as compared by using the technique of hydroponic farming. Thirdly, this sector of hydroponics is expected to grow at a CAGR of 13.5%. So overall, our idea aligns with the SDG goals of responsible consumption in production and the clean waters and sanitation. In a nutshell, we aim to change the face of balconies from this to this, and thereafter leave the impressions of Samriddhi along the GT road and maybe expand later to overseas. Thank you. This is Team GT Road, and we are now open for Q&A.
Thank you, team. Over to the jury.
Hi. Go ahead, Rich.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'll come after you.
Hi. Quick question. Did you also say you have a live app up and running?
Tuveen, want to show
Yeah, I'll take that up. So that is true. We do have our dashboard up and running and our website. So our website will be the basic platform which will act as the bridge between the supplier and the user. So this is currently up and running. However, since we are still providing kits to people and since people are still registering, the exact offering isn't in place. So once we have a good base of customers who are growing these plans through their kits, we'll start putting up that page as well, where real-time people will be accessible and the produce will be shown. As for the kit output, that can be accessible through the Tableau dashboard. That is also live. So once anyone subscribes to our kit, we'll basically give him a dedicated access to that dashboard for metrics related to his kit.
Is this prototype has it been put into production somewhere, some house other than in your lab? Is any homeowner using this?
No, not right now.
Yes, sir, but we do have it in place in Kushal's house where we developed the prototype. He can show you there. So, Chuck, if you can just give a view of that. So,
Sure. Okay.
This is the prototype which we have developed. And this will be the automated control unit. And right now, we haven't. We are not filling the water. So the water will be pumped directly from the nutrient solution, and it will be pumped into these trays where the seedlings will be put in. And we have the relative humidity controller, air temperature sensor, and here we'll be adding the pH sensors to control the nutrient levels of the water, depending. So for herbs and spices, and for them to grow properly, we studied from our research and we discussed with the Department of Horticulture also. So the key things are the pH value, the temperature, and the entire controlled environment. So that can be controlled by us depending on the crop which we are having.
How much are you going to charge the consumer?
So the kit will cost around 3.6K. We are providing two versions of the kit. Initially, it will be a semi-automated version, which is priced at 3.6K. At a later stage, we'll have a more advanced, fully automated kit, which will be around 4.5K.
So you're saying your production cost is what, $4,000?
No, the production cost is much lower. Production cost stands around 2K for each kit.
I'm looking at it from the consumer side. If I were a consumer, and I'm assuming I'm going to do this for Dania, you're saying I pay 4.5K to you for the ability for me to do what?
No, so if you are a consumer looking to get on our platform, you don't have to pay anything. We are willing to provide the kit free of cost to you. And the only condition is you'll have to sell the produce through our platform, and we will charge a fixed percentage of whatever you are earning.
Brilliant. And what is the output of the kit in terms of scalability?
So currently the kit has
Dania is going to come out.
Yeah, so currently the kit has 3 layers, which holds around 54 plants. So it is pretty scalable. Like we can just keep on adding layers one on top and increase the kit size. So that is perfectly feasible. And in terms of the output, it comes around to 4.32 kgs for a single harvest. So we have taken into
And a
fact
single
that
harvest is what cycle?
This is
How
for 4
long does a
cycles
single
for oregano. So sir, for oregano, it has 4 cycles in a year. So it's 4.32 kg in a year after taking the rejection rate into consideration.
And this is one.
Okay,
one
what's the
cycle that you looked at?
price?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So we checked on Amazon and it is priced as 1,000 rupees in retail shops since we are targeting institutional buyers. And speaking to the primary, by the primary research, we got to the idea that we can sell it at 710 rupees per kg or for 1 kilo of oregano.
Okay, so here's my next question then. Why even have the consumer angle to it? Why don't you guys just buy a big go down, fill it up with these kits, and run this and sell it to institutions directly, if this is viable that way?
Yes, team, I'd like to take that up. So that is feasible what we are talking about, but that is not in keeping with our business purpose. So like we mentioned in the PPT, our aim is not to be like extremely profitable, or our aim is not majorly to make money. That is definitely a part, but our aim is to make a sustainable development of agriculture, and more importantly, to see the balconies, which are currently the last picture which Divya showed, to make a whole about transformation from that stage to something which is more eco-friendly. So that is our main aim, and that is where we hope to build up traction.
So I have a question here. GT Road, good presentation and a very viable solution, very sustainable. So thank you for that. A quick question here is, what is the turnaround time for those 54 plants that you're going to put in the hydroponic kit? So, for like the first month, what will be how many plants? And there'll be is there a constant interaction between you and the person who's going to take that kit on board and do that work for you? So how are you maintaining that relationship, and what is the cost of that relationship that you are maintaining, right? So both the questions. One is, what is the turnaround time for the plants over the journey of 1 year to give that kind of yield? And second is, what is your, costs for maintaining that relationship over the months or over the year?
Yes, Tuin. So I'll just share this Excel once again. It has the details.
Yeah, sure. And meanwhile, I'll talk about the pointers related to that. So I'll answer the second part of the question first. At what level are we integrating with the customer? So one of our motives is to reduce the labor involved in the entire process, right? And that's the basic aim on why we have built the entire dashboard. So what the customer has to do is he'll take the kit, and there will be a one-time visit from us to his home where we will install the kit and make subsequent connections with the dashboard platform. Now, once this is done, he doesn't have to contact us until and unless the harvest is ready. The entire process will be taken care of the dashboard, where the sensors will monitor the amount of the conditions under which the plant is growing, and even the dashboard will notify him that, hey, things like these are going wrong. Maybe the nutrient solution which you are using, the pH level is going down. Your temperature conditions currently are not that good. All those things will be monitored directly using the dashboard, which the customer can do himself. Also, the harvest is ready, the dashboard will notify him, and at that point of time he'll have to notify us that, hey, I'm going to sell this through your website or through your platform, at which point he transfers the entire produce to us. And we do have quality experts in place who will then verify whether the produce is good enough for our institutional buyers, and accordingly divide the payment and sort out other stuff. As for the first part of the question, what is the exact cycle? So the entire array of 54 plants will take around 3 months for the first cycle of harvest, post which the dashboard will notify him, and then he can contact us for selling it through our platform.
You have not considered any logistics costs.
So we have.
Not just logistics costs. The question is also, but you've mentioned some in-house farmers, right? So these are the people who will help you maintain the product at the retail customers' houses, correct? So how do you, in say India, along the GT road, how do you find enough people to form an ecosystem of support staff? You will have to contract with them, correct?
Yeah, true, sir. So I'll just explain. So we are targeting in-house farmers, which are the homemakers basically. So they do not have to do any processing or something. They just have to monitor the plant growth based on the inputs we provide. As for the logistics part, we have already taken into consideration and will be partnering with Amazon's I Have Space, which will be providing both the logistics part, like the delivery and pickup, as I mentioned in the business model, as well as it will be providing us with the warehouse solution. So that is why we are targeting tier 2 cities, because they have that robust network. And further, we will also be investing in building up on this, as we mentioned in the timeline as well. So that is the overall plan, and the costs for these have been taken up into consideration.
So the only people who are part of this entire ecosystem is you, the warehouse provider and the warehouse and logistics provider, and the end customer, right? These are the three main chains, right? Or parts of the chain, right?
Correct, sir. So yeah, so this is the in-house farmers first who will be procuring, who will be producing. We'll be tying up with the delivery team who will be delivery team who will be going through the quality checks and then making the delivery to the restaurants. So second is the restaurants, and third stakeholder is we, who will be aggregating all these things. So yeah, these are the stakeholders.
So team, I mean, this is one of the very few ones I've seen where a lot of things looks to be tied up, which is pretty good. Now, 2-3 points. One, we are saying that our primary customer or primary focus would be the homemakers. I will really suggest, see if that can be if not changed, but students can be added to it. Please understand, this is a very good hobby, and that probably, and more so in a tier 1 cities, because the students would want to see something happening. We have seen online pets being used by these students. This is a much better alternative. And secondly, the fact is that they are really more conversant with looking at the app on a regular basis. Every time they come back from the school, they look at the app, see what the status of the produce is. That's something which is very, very exciting. So having a tie-up with schools, having a and getting the student community on board, particularly from the class 5th to class maybe 8th, 9th, or 10th, that just might expand your model.
Yeah.
That was one. Secondly, the crops, one, we obviously have seen oregano. What other crops are going to be there would be interesting to see. And third is the look and feel part of it. I mean, currently it looks like a very gadgety experience, which may go somewhat as to the one which you want to put in the balcony, which looks really green. So any plans to make, the entire design look more green rather than more, technology robotic?
So I'll just I'll take the first question thereafter can take it. So for the first question, sir, on roping in the students from primary schools as well as the teenagers. So very rightly said, and that's why we started with initial target as homemakers, and that is a reason because homemakers are people who are responsible for the entire house. So once we tap into those in-house farmers as homemakers, we are actually targeting the entire household, people working from home, retired persons. So all of them come into the picture. And about children, while the parents are, nurturing this plant growth, they are inculcating a sense of responsibility of watering plants, taking a rejuvenating break, and not just involving themselves in the app. So that we are definitely taken into consideration. And for the further questions, Kushalti can take up.
Divya, if you can take to the annexure slide, appendix, last appendix.
Yes.
So right now we have started with basil and oregano, which are the first two products, and the spices which we are looking forward are the chamomile, rosemary, mint, and anise. So the germination days, the pH value, and the light intensities, everything has been taken into care. As we move forward, we'll also be moving into hops, so which is the costliest crop right now. And in the news also, we see a couple of weeks back that it has been started cultivation in Bihar, where one of the farmers are moving into it, and the produce is at 80,000 per kg. So we also had a conversation with Professor at ITBHU and talked about saffron. So if saffron can also be grown into this hydroponic control system, but a little bit of R&D more is to be done. So for the MVP, we took the basil and oregano produce for doing our entire business model. And coming to the last question regarding the prototype. So right now we have built a 2:1 prototype model. So right now it is having 27 plants. So the bigger one will be the actual production will be having 54 plants. And we'll be expanding it, and we'll also take into consideration the design field. We take that as a session, and we'll incorporate the changes so that it can be made much more robust. So right now it's a DIY kit, and we have used just commonly used materials for understanding the working of it, and maybe we'll be integrating and in production.
So just one more suggestion, okay? Because there are a lot of derivative applications to this entire concept. So you can actually use some elements of gamification, and going back to Bridget's first question around getting in younger people to be your end customers. There's an element of gamification in terms of getting people to, in a friendly manner, compete against each other, say in similar situations, in similar regions, depending on, say, PIN code, keeping, of course, PII considerations, okay, personally identified information considerations in mind, who's doing better, what sort of diversity of crops are people actually growing, what is the average net value to that particular home grower. So these are all derivative applications that can be sold as fun facts, or also even for commercial value if certain thought is given to it, and that will add the entire marketability coefficient, or add to the coefficient of marketability to this entire value proposition. Okay. So do think of that, because that's what people will look at if you do move on to other ground into the next round.
One more thing that I would like to just bring up is, the core idea of this. I mean, yeah, I get the fact that you want to get, people having green balconies, etc. But the core idea of this, when you look at this as a, if I had to spend time on let's say gardening, right? The pleasure that comes out of actually tending to a plant comes from tending to the plant, right? And not from putting completely gadgetified thing out there on my balcony, and it is completely done by an app or a robot or something like that. I mean, there needs to be some amount of interaction for that individual to this kit. If that is what you're trying to tap into, the need for a person working from home to actually do this, right? So that's something that you might want to consider. Is there a way that you, instead of you guys telling these are the instructions, is there a way, even it might just be moving 3 sliders, on an app up and down, so that the individual feels that he is a lot in control, and the output is what you guys gauge. So that's going to be one key factor. And if you build that in, I think that would actually bond the end customer who is actually putting the kit in his house to the whole notion. Otherwise, it becomes like, I've got spare balcony, I'm putting it there for a revenue, and I don't care about the whole garden thing. It's you put it there. So it should not go down to that, and that would be a key selling proposition to you guys. That's one. Question for you is, have you thought about how would you deal with pests? I mean, you were talking about a completely insulated environment. I'm not sure you can do that in a place like India. I'm not sure. Have you thought about it? And if pests come in, what's the next step? I mean, do you throw out a cycle of produce? Because this is they keep circulating inside, right? Inside that box. And if you're talking about 54 plants, one plant or one type of pest or a disease or an infection would take out your entire crop. So how do you deal with that?
I will take that. The first part. So, sir, regarding the feel of the hobby, actually, when we are into gardening, we want to be involved in the hobby. So, when we were discussing this with our business consultant, he gave the other option of giving two variants of the prototype. So we have one basic variant, and the second one is having the pH controller also. So where automatically the nutrient level will maintain. So if people are working from home, they can favor that one. And if people want to be much more involved, they can prefer the lower variant. And regarding the pruning and the pest thing, so the pest one can be controlled, and regular involvement of the person will be required just for monitoring, and he can update us if there is some requirement. And looking into the pest side, we'll also consider more of it. But in our secondary survey, research, we found out that the pests are a little bit less because the soil is not involved. So it is majorly nutrients, and the entire system of hydroponics deals with the DFT. So less condition of it being infested by pests. But we'll surely look into more of how we can build on it.
A couple of more points at all, given that we've seen something working, so there's always more suggestions that keeps on coming to the mind. The first one being, one, again, as Vishnu has mentioned, can we look at more, given that we can't do much with the plants themselves, given they are in a pretty enclosed environment, is there any kind of the status which can be shown as icons, the plant is happy, the plant is sad, so those things helps in interacting better. Secondly, also think of, one is that you will require a Wi-Fi connections around because you need to pass on, the information about the plant. So is that a prerequisite? Because that could be one of a challenge that we would want our, the environment to be Wi-Fi enabled, and many tier 2 cities may still not have a Wi-Fi enabled environment. So that's the point number 2. Point number 3, think of other means like, can we create, kind of a Twitter account for that plant? It can tweet. We have seen lamp posts tweeting that, look, somebody needs to come and correct me. So why can't these plants tweet? And just a small thing doesn't take much, but gives you a different flavor to it.
Oh yeah, definitely, sir. We just love that idea of status. I know in the summer we didn't come through, but yeah, it really helped. And on that Wi-Fi part, I would just like to say, since we are targeting tier 2 cities, so by speaking to people from tier 2 cities, and if they'll be able to, willing to take this up, so they said that they get Myntra delivered in just 2 days. So that's the kind of scalability, I mean, the reach of network that we have these days, especially, and I mean, we are moreover moving to the digitalization part. So, so obviously we thought that Wi-Fi would not be a major issue, but yeah, definitely we'll look into the viability of that part as well.
And just to add on Divya's point, by tethering with the mobile hotspot also, maybe in a single day, it will update the information and also receive the information. And we have this microcontroller that will be that is not always required to be connected. So it can also manipulate it. It will have that memory. So depending upon the inputs, and the actuators will be regulating the environment.
But good job, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, but good stuff.
So GT Road, if you ever come to Delhi, which is not very far from Ghaziabad, you'll find a volunteer and me for your hydroponic kit. All right. With that, we finished all our presentations. I'm going to request the juries to move into the jury room, and we have a series of exciting activities planned for you. I'm going to hand over this session to my colleague Shrishti, who will take over from now, and we will circle back with you as soon as we are ready to declare the results. Something tells me this is going to be a long and painful discussion amongst the jury group. We have a difficult decision to make, but we'll circle back. Thank you. See you soon. Shrishti, you're on mute. Shrishti, we still cannot hear you.
Shrishti, we have an audio issue here. Maybe you have to figure out.
While we wait for Shrishti to just quickly come back, she's sorting her audio issue out. Just stay put because, like I said, we do have a series of exciting activities planned for you. She will be right back.
Mic check. Am I audible? Okay. Great. I am back, guys. Sorry for this tech issue. And just to start, I would like to congratulate each of the participating team for putting up such an amazing presentation and show today. You guys have made us so overwhelmed and enriched with the kind of ideas and idea stories that we have seen today. So while our judges are making a tough call on deciding who will be the ones who participate, who qualify for the national finals, we are here to gear up this competitive spirit and bring up some exciting challenge for our online audience as well as our participating team. So the first challenge that we have with us is a bingo challenge, and I would request my team to share the screen so that I can introduce the challenge. Okay, so this is a hashtag corporate buzzword bingo challenge. This bingo is just like every other bingo that we have done in our lockdown days. So moving on to the next slide. So what do you have to do in this bingo challenge is you have to follow a dare to compete Instagram and Facebook story. Instagram and Facebook story. Take a screenshot of that story because that's where you find this bingo. Circle out the boxes wherein you think that things you have done. Share that screenshot on your social media page while tagging Dare to Compete and mentioning the hashtag, that is hashtag KPMG IC, hashtag KPMG India, and hashtag Dare to Compete. I reiterate, it's very important to tag Dare to Compete while you share your screenshot and mention the hashtag that you see on the screen. So once you complete this activity, we will collate the result and we will announce the top 5 entries who figure out this bingo and complete it at the quickest time, and we'll announce the rewards for them towards the end of this competition. So to complete this activity, we'll give you a 10 minutes break now, and we will circle back with you at 2:20, 2:37 with another set of activities. So your time to start the bingo activity starts now. Let's get the bingo cracking. So apologies, the time will be 2:27. We will start with the next set of activities at 2:27. I'm sure you guys have started filling up the bingo activity. So there are 3 minutes left to complete this activities. Teams, audience, please gear up, complete this bingo. You have some amazing prizes waiting for you towards the end of this competition. Last 2 minutes. We have 1 minute to go to complete this activity. So we have only 1 minute left. Calling out for the final bingo submissions. Team, gear up and show the competitive spirit. Okay, it's 2:27 now, and we close the bingo submissions and we move to the next activity now. So the next challenge that I have for the audience as well as our participating team is an online quiz, an online quiz which is on a very trending topic, a topic that we guys are following since last 1 week, following the updates that have come to us in last 1 week. So this online quiz, how we'll run this online quiz? We have some smart questions for our online audience to check how updated they are on this quiz that we have to run. And I would request each one of you to go to www.menti.com and share your responses by submitting the code that will be visible on the screen. So the topic for the quiz is Budget 2021, the much talked about Budget 2021. So yes. So the first question that I have for the audience and the team is, how many funds are allocated for the health and well-being sector in the Union Budget 2021-22? And you have 4 options mentioned on the screen. Pick up the right option which you think is the right answer for this question. I reiterate the instructions. You have to log into www.menti.com and use the code 780180. And I can see the responses coming in. Okay. Waiting for some more responses. Okay, option A. Great. We also have few responses for option C. Okay. Okay. Option A is seeking majority of responses. Guys, waiting for some more responses. Oh, we also have option B. Okay. Okay, so the correct answer for this question is option A, and I can see some responses coming in yet. The correct option is option A, which is INR 2.23846 crore. So in union budget, government has allocated INR 2.23846 crore for health and well-being sector. I am very pleased to share with you that KPMG works actively in this sector with our healthcare clients. We support a wide range of services to our healthcare policy making makers, be it consulting, tax, and advisory practice. So the next question that we have on the screen is, okay, which company's IPO will be launched in 2021-2022 as a part of the government's disinvestment strategy? And the options are, the answers have already started pouring in. The options are Air India, LIC, Life Insurance Corporation, IDBI Bank, Shipping Corporation of India. This competition is not only limited to our online audience. I would request the teams to also participate in the competition. There are some amazing prizes stored for each one of you towards the end of this competition. Okay, so I guess the clear answer is visible on the screen. Okay, so the right answer for this one is Life Insurance Corporation. All those who have selected option B, a big round of applause for you for picking up the right answer. Can we move to the next question, please? Okay, how much percentage of the GDP is fiscal deficit estimated as per Union Budget 2021? Okay, the first option is 9.5%, 8.8%, 7.4%, or 6.8%. Okay, I see 9.5% being picked up by people. There is people who have picked up 8.8 as well. 7.4%, okay, 9.5% going high. Okay. Waiting for a few more responses. Okay, so the correct answer for this question is 6.8%, with comparison to 9.5% last year. So the fiscal deficit is expected to be 6.8% this year, whereas last year it was 9.5%. So big congratulations to the person who has picked 6.8% over here. Can we move to the next one, please? What amount has the government set aside for COVID-19 vaccine during the period of 2021-22? A very important question. Okay, there are three options running high. Okay, I can see INR 35,000 crores going high. Waiting for a few more responses. Okay, so the correct answer for this question is INR 35,000 crores. A big applaud for those who have picked up the second option. So government has set aside a amount of INR 35,000 crore for COVID-19 vaccine. With this, I also want to share with my audience that KPMG is continuously collaborating with state governments to set up the COVID war rooms. We have actively worked with our government authorities during this pandemic in various kind of services that we have provided to, safeguard our citizens from this pandemic. The next question, please. Okay, in how many states and union territory has the One Nation, One Ration Card scheme implemented? And you have options like 32, 29, 30, and 27. Okay, waiting for some more responses. I can see 32, option A going up. Oh, there is an option picker for option 3 as well. 30, okay. More responses. Okay, the correct answer for this question is option A, 32. I can see the dashboard moving. Okay, the next question, please. The next question, the newly announced budget is not focused on which of the following areas of education and skill development sector? Teacher education and development, higher education, innovation, research and development, or digital education? Okay, there are 3 options going high. Waiting some for more responses. Option A is going high. Okay.
Hey, guys, this is completely anonymous. You don't need to Google before you answer, yeah?
I can see the dashboard moving. Final call for the last responses. Okay, so the right answer for this question is digital education, option 4. Can we move to the last question, please? Okay, what is the name of the government program which will be launched to provide tap water connection in urban areas? And you have options like Jal Jeevan Mission, Amrit City, Ghar Ghar Jal, or Smart Cities. So I can see option A, Jal Jeevan Mission going high. Wait, final call for the responses, please. Okay, so the correct answer for this question is Jal Jeevan Mission, which is recently relaunched by the government for our urban areas. This plan will be implemented over a period of 5 years, which aims to provide tap water connection in the urban areas. So can I pause on this screen for a second before I announce the next challenge, and which is a fun challenge and again a trending challenge, just like bingo. So we will be doing a trending challenge, which is a gibberish challenge for our online audience as well as the participants. What we will do in the next set of questions is we'll give you a jumbled up phrases and words. You need to arrange them in the correct version with the help of the hint that I'll give you. And we will use again menti.com for getting your responses on the same. So I hope all of you are set and ready to play a gibberish challenge with us. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, so you have your first jumbled up sentence here. And the hint for this sentence is, correct version of the sentence is that this is one of the KPMG value which depicts the spirit of courage. So you can Again, sign up to www.menti.com and use the code that has been flashed on the screen. Okay. Okay, somebody has pasted the hint as well. Okay, I think many of you have guessed the right answer. This is we think and act boldly, one of very important KPMG values that we have. The next one, please. Okay, the next sentence. So the hint for this one is, this is also part of one of the KPMG values, which depicts the spirit of excellence. Okay, I can understand many of you have got it right. The correct version of this sentence is, we never stop learning and improving. It's part of one of the KPMG core value. So the next one is going to be a little tricky. Can we move to the next one, please? Yes. So the hint for this one is, it's one of the tech or digital buzzword which is used very frequently. So, this word is also used during some of the presentations today, a tech buzzword or a digital buzzword. I guess people have guessed it right. The correct one is artificial intelligence. Great. Yes. Can we move to the next one, please? Okay, this is something I'm sure many of you must be saying or using. This is one of the millennial buzzword that we frequently use on our social media or during the chats, something that we frequently use, a millennial buzzword. Something that is frequently used on social media, chats, Instagram stories. The responses are anonymous. You can type in the version that you think is right. Looking for some more responses. Okay, wear a mask while going out. A very important one. No, this is not. the correct version. Think more. It also depicts a kind of a social anxiety while missing out something. I'm adding some more hints for you to figure it out. A social anxiety of missing out some event or activity, something like that. Last call for responses. And the correct one now is fear of missing out. I guess the last few people have figured it out finally. This is fear of missing out. The last sentence, please. Okay. So the hint for this one is, this is an idiom which is used to describe doing a very simple task or task that you love to do. Okay. An idiom which describes a very simple task is the hint. I can see some correct responses flowing in, waiting for the final responses. Okay, so the correct version of this jumbled up sentence is easy as a pie. Those who have selected easy as a pie is the correct answers. So thank you for your participation in these activities. I know the excitement of getting to know who are the teams who are qualifying for the national finals is building up. While our judges are doing a tough job of deciding which are the final teams, I would again invite our participating teams to come and share their stories with us. How has their journey been in the participating by a KPMG KIC challenge? What are those key takeaways that they would like to share with us on this platform? So I would like to go in the same order. We can close this presentation now. I'll go in the same order of the presentation that happened today, and would request each of the team member to pick up one amongst themselves who will come and share their thoughts with us. So the first team that I would like to call upon is Team Concept Crew. Hi, Pooja.
Hi. Hi, Sushma. Am I audible?
Yes, you are loud and clear. So what is that one few takeaways that you would like for, us to share for, and how has your journey with KPMG KIC challenge has been?
So it has been a very immersive and enriching experience right from the first round itself. It has given us opportunity to learn at every stage and also develop and enhance our knowledge and skills while also strengthening the bond between us. So we thank KPMG for all the exciting and the stimulating opportunity for providing us this platform. Also, we thank D2C for the same. And yes, it has been a really enriching experience.
So if I can ask Pooja, what are those takeaways that you have learned or experienced in this journey that will carry with you for the future course of action? What are those learnings and experience you might have seen or observed during your, working through this presentation, pitches and ideas? What are those things that you would like to share with us?
So, we believe that a strong market survey or a strong research is very crucial in developing any idea. Also, taking into consideration the factors of digital technology or the needs which the COVID has created, and so these factors have played a really important role to build up on the idea that we had. Also taking into consideration the other businesses and what are the latent needs of the planet right now. So these are the few takeaways from our side.
Thank you, Pooja. Thanks for sharing these learnings with us. Can I ask the next Team Rocket, to come and share their experiences with us? Hi, Nina.
Hello, Srishti. So talking about the sort of memories that we have when it comes to KPMG, if we sort of look back and sometime later, I'm sure it will have to be the mentoring sessions, because we had such insightful sessions with our mentors, and time and again. So yesterday we had a dry run, and even before that. So the kind of, it was not just a one-time done deal where they just tell us a few things and then we just had to work on them. So that constant input and the development that we went through with them, I think that was unlike any competition or anything at all that we've been a part of in our B school journey. So that would be a key takeaway. And in terms of a key takeaway, we'd probably say like how we initially set out to ideate this whole thing, and there were many things that kept coming up, right? And then somehow down the lane, we realized that many of those kept getting incorporated into our present model. So that ideation process is something that we hadn't done to an extent before this competition. And what we sort of did with that process is something that became a key takeaway.
So during this entire course of your journey through this KPMG Ideation Challenge, were there any challenges that you might have faced and now you have overcome that? So would you like to share some of those experiences with us as well? Anything that you thought, okay, this is the end stop, how do we go ahead with it? So anything that you might have faced in this journey?
Well, challenges, yes, we had a lot of challenges. I can't really say that we've overcome them at this point. Just this online environment of connecting with three people, even though they are in the same batch, we all have different schedules. I think just going through a WhatsApp messages, we see the challenge that was primarily just that, because every day we had to sit down to consider when do we meet, how do we meet, all of that. And then also, I think the tech aspect was the most challenging bit of the competition itself for us. It was really difficult for us to sort of get into that grit of it and really figure out the tech side of the idea. So going forward, hopefully we'll be able to do that, even if
Sure. Thank you, Nina. Thanks for sharing and all the best. Can I request the next Team Deadpool, any one of the member who can come and share their thoughts with us?
Hello, Sisti.
Hi, Supratik.
Hi. Yeah. So I would like to just say that this has been a very enriching experience. Like we as a team had to go through a lot of hurdles initially, to figure out the idea and getting the data and coming up with a prototype. And I think that is where the mentoring sessions really helped, because there are certain aspects that we initially did not think of, like when you pitched the idea for the first time and got in through for the semifinals. But through constant discussions, the idea kind of evolved into something which we initially didn't start off with. So that is something that is my biggest takeaway. And apart from that, I think the discussions have been pretty good. For other teams also, like every team has come up with really good ideas and the various concepts that they've come up with and the working prototypes. So that was something that we could learn from, even if we don't make it to the next round. So yeah.
So all the best for the future course of action, and we wish you a good luck, and let's see what the results are there for. Can I request the next Team Bliss Care? Any one of the member who can come and share his or her experience with us? Team Bliss Care.
Shashi, we can move on in case Blitzcare is not here. We can move on to the next team.
Okay, the next team I would like to invite is Team IOTA. I don't see them as a participant here.
No, they are here. Just I think that the few folks on the second page here. Raghav from Team IOTA, are you guys here? Okay, let's move on. Let's move on to the next one.
The next one, Team Expecto Vino. Anyone from the team is here?
I'm here.
Hi, Rishabh.
So, hi, Shristi. So the experience have been great. A lot of learnings to take away. Being it from being honest, we didn't know how a business starts and what all to consider. The business aspect, the finance aspect, the marketings, the technical things involved. We explored a lot many things. We learned a lot many things, and that has been great. In the mentoring sessions, that was amazing. That helped us a lot. The personal mentoring sessions, when how Sutit made us and wished us, that was great, really great.
Great, thank you. All the best. Calling out the last team, which is Team GT Road. Anyone from the team who's here?
Yes, ma'am. So it has been quite an engaging journey, and as part of an experience, so we several times reached the end, like I would say dead end, and then had to rework the entire thing. So that gave a really good insight into how actually ideas go from the ideation to the final deployment state. And key takeaways would be the constant suggestions and the recommendations we got from our mentors as well as consultants from outside. So that really helped to refine our ideas constantly. So overall, it's been quite a journey. Definitely memorable. Thank you.
Thank you, Divya, for sharing your experience with us. Now I hand over the baton back to Yogja for the speaker session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shrishti. And before we move on, I was wondering we could also do a quick audience poll and see, which team they are favoring in terms of the outcome. So can I request Akriti to bring up the slide, please, for the audience poll? Akriti? Tushar, the audience poll slide, please. In the meantime, while they're getting the slide up, we also have Raghav here. Raghav, I understand you guys have joined. Do you want to quickly talk about your experience till now of KIC?
Hello, I just joined back. There was some problem with my audio.
No problem, Raghav. So we were just wanting to check with you about your experience of KIC. And while you talk, I'll just quickly also give out instructions to our audience. We are requesting the audience and all of you also to visit menti.com and use this code to give us a ranking of the teams. Who do you think and how do you think they fared in today's round? Happy to hear your views, and it'll be exciting to see if these sync up with what our jury is thinking. Great. Okay. Wow. So while the results get populated, Raghav, do you want to talk about your experience of KIC? And, I'm going to request Akriti to pull that slide back and just put it up on the screen again once it's got populated. Thank you, Akriti. So all of you, please do keep voting. We will pull the slide back up once Raghav is done. Over to you, Raghav.
Yes. The participate in KIC, not just with the competition. It's in fact wonderful to have interact with KPMG mentors one-on-one, and it was really insightful because in the mentorship sessions we came to know about some things about our model which we in fact didn't think of. Those were very insightful. Other than that, I think participating among with the best minds of the country was really wonderful. I believe I go back from the competition not just with my model, but in fact many other wonderful ideas how to actually implement this. So yeah, there was a lot of learning, there was a lot of growing. So thank you everyone. Thank you to everyone. The wonderful.
Thank you, Raghav. Akriti, can you just pull up the slide for the polls that we were looking at? Let's just quickly see what the audience poll looks like. All right, so Team GT Road, you seem to be having a great fan following. And then the second, so okay, the top two teams that feature in the audience poll are incidentally and coincidentally the SP Jain teams. And then there's SAMHRD followed by ISM Dhanbad, and of course SRCC, Deadpool, and Blitzcare. But let me assure you, I mean, but this is just the audience poll. We are going to wait for the jury, is essentially inputs to come in. Thank you so much, Akriti. This is Jujar. This is helpful. You can pull this back, please. Okay, so as we progress towards the announcement of the result, I'm actually going to bring in some of our jury members to really talk about their journeys of KIC. We also received some of your queries on the YouTube handles. We have built-in responses to those queries, essentially in the narrative that our jury has for you. And with that, I'm going to invite Meryl to really talk about, what's KPMG been like for him and what it could be like for you as well. Over to you, Meryl.
Hey, thank you so much, Yogja, and to all the teams out there competing, amazing, right? It has been a really, I would say, a fulfilling Saturday, listening to such great ideas and so well articulated and thought out, business models that you guys have come up with. It just takes me back around 16 years. I've been in the firm for 15 years now. It takes me back 16 years when, some of the other jury members that are here, Vishnu, Charan, all of us, we were part of SPJ, and we did this whole business case competition. I mean, not just one, multiple of those, but all three of us, incidentally, were on different teams for one business case competition. And that's just exactly what this thing reminds me of. Coming up there and competing with these ideas. And one thing that it hit me is that all of your ideas, each and every one of those ideas, were so much more fleshed out, thought out, and presented than what we did way back then. So kudos to all of you. It has been superb listening to all of you here. From those, if I go all the way back those 15 years and I go back to how I got hired into KPMG, it was, I joined KPMG straight from campus. I've been here, right? And and one thing that you guys all need to know about me is the fact that I was never a consultant. When I joined KPMG, I used to write code for a living, right? And I used to write code for something as mundane as telephone conversations, stuff that you actually on a landline, not even on a cell phone. So stuff that you talk on a landline gets into fiber optics, and that's the stuff of that's the kind of code I used to write. I landed up into SPJ and doing information management because I thought I don't want to do coding. It was boring for me. I get bored very quickly. And consulting seemed to me a good way of actually having multiple different projects and not get stuck to a 1 year or 3 year project that I was seeing in IT industry. When I landed up into consulting, and that interview itself is a story to tell you. But once I landed up in consulting, one thing that I realized is while it is true, you do get to work on a multitude of projects, a multitude of industries, and with a multitude of amazing people, right? Both at the client side and of course your own team, which is all fascinating and really gratifying parts of the job. It is a grind, right? So I can't stress that enough. I need to tell you that because each time I come to a campus to hire, be it a B school or an undergrad school or even engineering schools, the first thing that I need to tell you guys and you guys need to understand is it's going to be a grind. When you're on a project, you will do everything to make that project work. The fun is in getting something that somebody thought was not possible, otherwise they would have done it by themselves. They called you, you made what is in their heads impossible possible. And that's one of the biggest fulfillments out of this whole consulting job that we do. Get in there, solve a business problem, client is happy. Of course, he pays us, which is incidental, but the fact that you are able to solve that client problem for me brings a lot of purpose into what I do. The shift for me was difficult. All right, so and that's why I told you the backstory of me being a coder. One of the very first, and I do hope none of the people who actually evaluate my performance are listening to this, but the very first project I did was I had to go to a company and I had to help our statutory audit folk and looking at the sort of secureness or the fit for purpose of their IT systems and the systems from which the financials came out. And our statutory audit guys came to me and said, listen, I need to know if the debtors aging report, if any of you, I'm sure the SRCC guys, if you're listening, you know what a debtors aging report is. I'm a mechanical engineer who did coding for a living and then jumped into consulting. For me, a debtors aging report, I left me scratching my head, saying, why in the world does this consumer electronics company needs to know how old each person who owes them money is? And I'm like breaking my head, why? You should remember, I was a 25, 26-year-old guy and never knew anything about accounting. But then, you do apply yourself and, you know that that's not what they're looking for. And then you go start researching, ask people, talk to people. And that's the beauty of the job, right? You know nothing about what you were supposed to do, but the backing of the firm, the teammates that you have, the knowledge base that you can fall back on is amazing. And within a year, I can confidently say pretty much any, statutory audit and risk management activities around that I could do. Right? And that's the beauty of being in consulting, and that's the fun of it. Right? I spent 15 years through that whole thing, joined as what we call a consultant, which is kind of like entry level for a B school, the B school fraternity. Took me around 12 years to make what is called a partner, which is a euphemism for a person who works just as hard as a consultant, and is called a partner because he's supposed to be the boss. But I hardly feel like that because it's so much fun working around with the teams, right? So what does it take to become a successful consultant? And I know some of the questions that came around were, is it what do I need to do to prepare for that interview? What are the skills that you're looking for? So if you ask me personally, the firm does look for specific skills, right? Your ability to actually think on your feet, solve a business problem, solve any problem, compartmentalize it, solve the components, put the components back together to bring out, a viable solution, much like most of you would have prepared for this particular case competition, right? This particular the KICC. The only difference is here you've got probably weeks to put that together. When you're sitting in front of an interviewer, he gives you a problem. It might be as obscure as how many shampoo bottles exist in the city of Bangalore, or how do I tell the electricity company in Bangalore what his street light bill would be? It might be as simple as that, or as obscure as that, but the solution is still the same. Break it down to its constituents, solve for each constituent, put it back together, and get it back. So that's the primary, if you ask me personally, the primary skill and trait that I look for in people that we look to hire. The second trait, and this is no less important, is the fact, the attitude of that person. The attitude of that person to be able to stick to that problem. Yes, I can't solve the entire problem. If you ask me how many shampoo bottles are there in Bangalore, I can't, but I can solve it for, how many shampoo bottles are there in my dorm, where I stay. It might not be the same in every other household because the number of, the genders and people with hair, without hair, all that vary, right? But I can definitely solve it, and I can tell you how I solved it here. And I can, put it across and I can extend it. This is the data I need to extend it. Even if you get to that point, for me, it's a win because you've just shown me the fact that you can think and extend a problem to what are the constituent, I would say, parameters that guide a solution. So that's the second part, the attitude to actually stay in it and solve a difficult problem. And the third thing, and for me, that's the last main thing that I look for, is the ability to, and that thirst for learning, right? A trait that I have, and in fact, my entire family hates me for this, is the fact that I will not go to bed when everybody goes to bed because I will want to sit and read. I will read for around 30 to 45 minutes every night, and it will be something very obscure. For a long time, it was just Wikipedia, click random topic, whatever comes up, right? If it's about what are how do huts get built in Mongolia, to how does a rocket get built, it doesn't matter. Just read it because that's important. It's important because of multiple reasons. One, it widens your scope of conversation with a client. Who knows, you might find a Mongolian, a national sitting on your just next to you on a flight, and this is a true story. We do have a client like that, and we do year-on-year work with the Bank of Mongolia because we were able to converse and have that conversation and connect at a level of his country, and he suddenly found somebody who knew about how Mongolians live, and stuff like what is the national drink of Mongolia and stuff like that. But the other part of it is it widens your perspective of the world. You need to have opinions, because when you talk about the farmers' protest, for instance, to somebody, you don't know what that person's opinion is, and you should be able to maintain that neutrality. You will not be able to maintain that neutrality. The only thing that you read is your favorite website. So you should be able to have that opinion across, so that you are able to maintain that neutrality and show the fact that you can think across. So that's the thirst for knowledge is the other thing that you need to know. Careers in KPMG and generally in consulting, I would think, as long as there are problems to be solved, and as long as those problems are not trivial ones, I don't think it would be possible for anything to take that ask away, right? And you would need to have a human being behind. Will automation take jobs away? Of course they will. Will automation take parts of consulting jobs away? Yes, they will. And let me be honest, they will. There will be parts of consulting jobs that are mundane. There are, I would say, industrialized processes. Everybody knows that. See, when I came in into consulting 15 years back, outsourcing was the big boom. We needed to tell people how to outsource. Today, nobody asks that question. People go on to, Teamlease or some site like that, where they'll just be able to outsource small pieces of their job to freelancers. That's a common thing now in industry. That is done. Again, another example that a lot of us like to quote is the fact that, when we came into consulting, Googling was not a fad. So this is 15 years back, okay? Most people didn't Google. So it was, if you knew how to search efficiently, you would be able to get solutions faster than the client. Today, I have clients that are definitely younger than I am and are more adept at Googling and finding things of the net. So that ability or that information asymmetry has gone away, and therefore you need to keep learning. So as long as standard solutions are available out there for people to pick up, and you are stuck there, then yes, that part of your your career or your portfolio is a bit shaky. But as long as you are actually keeping that thirst of knowledge in your head, that attitude to learn more, those jobs which people can't solve by just simply going online or by asking within their friends group, those jobs are there for you to solve. And for that, you will definitely need a consultant like me, a bit of gray, I would say no hair, but mustache. So you would need that to actually, you need people like us to actually solve that problem. So that's what I did over these 15 years, mostly solve problems around cybersecurity, information risk, tell companies why it's important for you to have those firewalls, those multi-factor authentication each time you do a banking transaction. If you get really angry because it's asking you for OTP, thank people like me for it, because that's what we try and enforce to make sure that your data, your money, your assets stay within the boundaries that you've put it and are easily accessible to people that you want to. So that's what I do, and I run the cyber practice for a region here and lead business continuity for KPMG, and that has given me a lot of pleasure, especially in this whole COVID scenario. It's kind of like a disaster junkie's dream come true for the last one year, right? Every time I used to cry wolf saying that your business will stop because something happens. Well, guess what? A lot of businesses stopped. There was a lot of ask for help, and has been a great year for us. So that's that. Yogja, back to you.
I'm going to request Rajiv also to come in and share his views about KPMG, the work he does, and what brings him to work, and what could be in store for some of those aspirants out there. Over to you, Rajiv.
Sure, thanks Yogja and thanks Meryl. I think you covered quite a bit, but I think first of all, I think heartiest congratulations to each one of you. I think the participants, you all have done a fantastic job. And this is my third year as a KICC judge, and I've seen the journey of transitioning from the case competition, which I think Meryl was referring to this innovation challenge, which we came up with 3 years ago. And each year, I must say, the quality of the idea and what it is presented to us as judges is improving multifold than the year before. So I think that's definitely talks about each one of you in terms of your drive and your passion and the way you have taken each of these ideas to a more realistic solution. So I think thank you for presenting to us. I think it was definitely a Saturday well spent deliberating with all of you. So all the best and congratulations. Talking about myself, I think each time I come to this, I think the reason I keep on coming back, and I tell you that I like to come back to any of the campus initiatives, is that I go back to my campus days. And though I think there are many techies as judges today, I'm probably, maybe one or two of us are odd ones out as accountants. So I'm a hardcore accountant, chartered accountant by profession, and I joined the consulting world more so as a statutory auditor right from campus. I joined Anderson way back 2 decades ago, more than 2 decades ago, I think today. And I took up the profession of CA, and that's how I came into the large consulting world, but as a statutory auditor. And initial 4 years I spent doing accounting, hardcore auditing financial statements for large listed companies across the country. And come 2004, when the world changed, Enron happened in 2002. Anderson collapsed. We merged with EY in India, but globally some regulations came in, and more so importantly was the SOX 404 regulation, which changed a lot of the world for a lot of accountants like me. Uh, and I think I got the consulting bite at that point of time, because I spent 7 months in the US working with companies, getting them ready into for the SOX journey. And I think and once I came back from US, I decided that that's it. I'm not doing hardcore accounting. I'm going to be a consultant, and that's where I switched my boat from EY, and I joined a few niche consulting firms, and then until 7 years ago when I came and joined KPMG. But through that journey, I had the opportunity to work with various kind of consulting projects, be it internal audit, be it process, be it financial due diligence, be it fraud and forensic. And that journey has actually shaped me as a consultant and as what I am today. And even in KPMG, I've had the opportunity to be part of multiple teams. And today I sit and I'm part of the governance, risk and compliance practice, which is basically the internal audit and risk management practice of KPMG, working with large multinationals on their governance and risk management programs. So I think the overall objective, what we need, and I think Meryl covered a lot of the skill sets which we look from individuals. And just to build on to that, I think one thing which I'll add is maybe which we closely correlate is the passion. I think while learning goes without saying, one is the passion for what you do and how do you make an impact to your client, right? Because at the end of the day, as consultants, we work for our clients, and unless we are not able to meet their requirements or address their problems, um, um, we may not be satisfied. So I think that entire passion to deliver that value or solve a client problem is very, very core to defining a very good consultant. So that's one thing which I will call out. And the other thing which I'll call out in today's day and age, I think which none of us can deny, is the technology bend in each one of us. Uh, so today, even me as a pure play accountant, right? If I'm not tech savvy, if I don't imbibe data analytics as part of my day routine in terms of internal audit, I may not be able to do justice. My clients will not be happy with what I'm doing if I'm just doing basic checking 50 vouchers or whatever. I need to give him more value. I need to give him more insights. He's looking as us as consultants to give him or her more for less, is what I think. And from that perspective, so I think that tech bend and tech adaptation is, I think, is I would say a must for anybody in the consulting field. And as Yogja introduced the jury to you, I think we have people from across various practices, and all of us are going to talk. I think we have few more talk. So I think each one of us are part of different practices within the advisory umbrella of KPMG. But I think one thing in common would be the entire tech interplay. I think none of us, two of us, are actually core to the tech tech practice, which is Merrill, and I think Vishnu is going to come after me. But the other, with I would say all of us, without tech, we cannot do our work effectively and solve a client problem. So I think that is definitely what each one of you definitely needs to be mindful of when you're deciding any whatever career or whatever choice of further education which you guys plan for yourself as you move along this journey. So I think that's broadly I would like to share with you. I think I'm going to be mindful of the time as well. With that, Yogja, I'll hand it back to you so that we can take it forward and not take more time from the group.
Rajiv, I'm going to request Bridge to come and talk about his area of work and all that KPMG is doing here and what kind of careers can folks look at in his domain. Over to you, Bridge.
Hey, thanks, Ogja. And guys, before I start, let me once again congratulate you. And it's all the more reason why I think I'm in a better place to congratulate you, because as KPMG IGH practice, which is infrastructure, government, and healthcare, we run the Startup India for government, and in that capacity, we end up actually taking presentations from so many startups, and the ones who have got a Series A funding and pretty mature ones. And it was so heartening to see actually, that people who are just getting out of the college, mostly in college, even graduate students, and the level of confidence that you've shown, and even in certain cases we have seen even a prototype being built, which is almost equivalent to the very, very mature startups. So from that perspective, a very, very well done, guys. And I don't know who exactly actually has also come and mentored you, but I would really give them a credit for the job that they've done. About me, so what we do is government consulting. It's something which is not understood very well across, because consultants are normally known to be working for very large corporate houses, and we end up working with the government, and which will include people like somebody who is there working in a village, somebody who is working in a really, really remote part of the country. So as we speak, I have personally worked in around 24 odd states, and it's gives you a lot of purpose in the kind of work that we do. Almost like 15 years back, when I jumped into my first company, I have always been a consultant. I've never done anything else, no coding, nothing else. So 15 years back, I joined as a consultant, and I'm still a consultant. And not one day has passed, where I have felt bored. Frustrated, yes, at times, really tired, yes, but bored, never, because that's the kind of work that we end up doing. So when I joined, and what was the value proposition which was offered, the partner then gave me this option that, look, I know you have an offer from an investment banking firm, and I know they are paying better, but I'm giving an opportunity to work for something and do something about, you have always complained, that roads are not good enough, your police is not working, and get paid for it. So why won't you not take our offer? And then when I joined one of the big fours, and my consulting career started, and Meryl talked about the Google coming in, and honestly, I would have been thrown out of the firm had Google not been there, because I have done my graduation in commerce and my MBA in finance. And the very first project which I got was a land records transformation, which was almost half IT, half process. And the very first day I was asked to visit a district, and for the next almost like 9 months, I've been roaming across villages, across small district towns, just to understand, that how this entire land records business works. What villagers think about it, to how land records custodians actually record those, and the languages are different, how a standardization can be brought in. And that's when you start your career with, you figure out the entire consulting bit. And good for us that at least the seniors were around, and some guidance you still end up getting. But it's important that your ability to learn on your feet, many times, and most of the times, you will end up in a situation where the client does expect a lot of you and you would not have the answers. So it's our own ability to go and, deconstruct the entire problem statements into manageable bits and then come back and see how do we solve this problem. So this entire ability to solve a problem is something which, I'll say is a hallmark of a consultant. You will always have something which is abstract. You will always be given timelines which would be, at times very unrealistic. But the toughest situation that we end up, handling is the client expects that you know everything. As a consultant, since you're a consultant and that too from a large firm, and hence you should be knowing everything. And that's where, this entire thing about having a very wide horizon, which would include a lot of reading, which will include, a lot of absorbing what's happening around you. That, keeps you in a very, very good place when you go and sit in front of the clients. In terms of the work that we do, so as a part of government consulting, we have got various verticals within government. So a very important part is the government service delivery. So what we end up doing is how do we go and improve upon the way government delivers services. And you would have heard a lot of work that we already do. So Swachh Bharat program is almost entirely run at a center by KPMG. COVID, we've seen the impact and we've seen the way the government has handled. So KPMG team manages the entire COVID war room for Government of India. So while we were all, many of us were scared sitting at home, this team was there on ground full time, almost like 4 months without taking a break. So while we feel very, very elated, very, honored for that job, the fact is that was very difficult for our families. And many of us actually stayed out of the hotels and not coming back home because that may endanger the families back home. So the work that we do, that's why it gives a lot of purpose. It gives you a lot of, feeling of doing something for the society. And yes, it does pay well. So that way, it's a very fulfilling career. What we are looking for the people who come and join us, and when we go to the interviews and for the campuses, one of the few things that at least I personally look at, one is that is the person confident enough? We end up being in places where we will be, pushed against the wall. As I told you that, you would be expected to know everything, and which may not be feasible. But however, you can still create a veil of confidence in front of those clients. That becomes very important. Secondly, is that your ability to understand a problem, because unlike many other places, the problems that comes at us are very vague in nature. How do I bring down the infant mortality rate? Now this is such a vague statement, because there would be 20 things that go and contribute towards bringing down infant mortality. So if you're able to break those statements, of one statement into various aspects which can be solved, then you have, maybe you're the right person for us. I have in fact asked questions. Now PM has gone and told that, look, I would make the entire country Wi-Fi. Okay, so what do you think is that how many wireless access points that will require for that? Now somebody who is, there are quite a few guys who were able to answer that. And the answer was that how do you break things up? Who would need a internet connectivity? Now, where would those places be? Be it bus stations, be it railway stations, be it schools, and you add up those numbers and then come with an answer. Nobody's actually looking for a right answer. It's what they're looking at is what's the approach that you're taking to actually reach to an answer. So that's what we look, so somebody who's extremely confident, somebody who is able to break the problems into something which can be addressed. And third is that a wider understanding of what's happening around you. It may not be, it's not a GK question, but do you understand what's happening around you? What's this protest is all about? What could be a possible reasons for this? And then the kind of abilities that we look at, and it's very different what role you are getting hired for. So we do something like a Swachh Bharat, as I told, where we're actually looking at somebody who is having an experience in sanitation, to what we do with income tax, where we actually look at people's, profiles, the kind of interactions they have done, the kind of, money that they have spent, what is there in the bank accounts, and bring it all together to see that how much tax they should have paid. And if they do not, then we go and find out, how to go and catch them. So the work is very varied, very exciting. And we keep on looking for people like you, who are passionate enough for the work that we do. And that's all what we do. So here we go. Over to you.
Thank you, Bridge. And our last speaker for the day, Vishnu, over to you.
Hi, the compulsory question, am I audible?
Yes, Vishnu, you are.
So that's part of the behavioral change for all of us now. So instead of saying hello, you say, am I audible? Right? So again, you probably heard three of the best guys who can actually sell a concept, make you believe it, and then follow it through with implementing of the concept. Okay, so I'm told that I'm also someone who sort of does a lot of that, but what got me here is something that might be a bit of an interesting story. So I'm a mechanical engineer who somehow wandered his way into Cognizant to do some amount of coding in COBOL and SAS way back in 2001, and then figured out that he could actually do better things with his life and time than sit in front of a computer screen. So I went and got admitted into a small B school at that time. It's called SPGen, slightly bigger now. Was there for 2 years, survived there for 2 years because nothing prepared me for life like 18 to 20 hours of work at SPGen. And I'm not just talking about a catch. The guys who are from the institute will understand what I'm talking about, right? So, and I mean, if you can survive a spot test at 2 a.m. in the night, I think, yeah, I still do that with clients. So I get the same treatment from clients now. Now, I mean, I emote with a lot of what Meryl said, and then of course the other two gentlemen also said. See, there's what is consulting? Consulting is all about making people believe that we have a value proposition, and the value proposition is pretty much an answer to a vaguely stated problem. I say vaguely because no client knows what he or she wants. So it's a vaguely stated problem, and then we need to have the force of conviction to be able to drive the point home, saying that, hey, yeah, we have the solution to your problem. It's only during delivery and implementation that that clients actually start realizing that, you know what, it's actually coming together of the problem or coming together of the solution, or is that the consultant and the client comes together to solve the problem. And it's not just because they have paid KPMG that KPMG comes to the solution. And the reason why that approach is most optimal is, you know, KPMG or any other consulting firm is not going to be there for 100 years with the client. We are there for an engagement for a year, 2 years. After that, the client has to run the solution set by himself or herself, right? By itself. So it's important that the solution that we bring to the table is sustainable. And that's why we need young folks such as yourselves. I keep telling all the people who I work with in my team. So the average age of my team is between 23 and 27. Okay. The best years of consulting are those 4 to 5 years. The moment you hit 30, you are expected to mentor people who are below 30. Okay. So the best solutions that I brought to the table was when I was when I was a young guy in consulting, that is between the ages of 25 and 30. And why do I say that? That's because, you know, you are not burdened with experience. You are able to take risks. We need people who can take risks and not afraid to take risks. Of course, if you make the same mistake twice, you get a rap on the hand. Make the same mistake thrice, you're playing stupid. So there's some element of judgment also that needs to go into how much risk you can take. But it's all a question of, we are looking for people who are, if I can call it, who are well-rounded. When I say well-rounded, that means you come with a certain amount of gravitas. You should be able to communicate well. You have an understanding of the problem, and you should be able to convince people. So if you can, I mean, we're not in the business of hiring people who can talk a dime a dozen. We're in the business of hiring people who can communicate and articulate. And I was very happy to see that most of the teams today did a fab job in that particular area. Of course, some of the ideas could have been better thought through, but the ability to articulate, which we sometimes fail to grasp as being an important aspect of our mental and our growing up, is something which sets a consultant apart from an industry guy, howsoever good or bad he or she is. So like Bridge said, you can be a consultant for life. And if you're a consultant for life, you have a certain set of character attributes. You can always go to industry like I did. I got bored of KPMG after 4 to 5 years. Then I went to a bank, stayed there for a couple of years, figured out that, staring at a wall again, like I did at Cognizant, was not exactly the way I was brought up at KPMG. I came back to the firm. And having a career at a consulting firm, it's almost like being on a roller coaster ride, because you have the freedom, once you have proved yourself to be very capable, of being able to change your role quite dynamically. So while I joined one team, I think I've today worked across at least 5 different teams within technology. If you're looking at a sectoral play, I might have done between 10 to 12 sectors at any point in time. Any point in time, we have roughly around 12 to 14 assignments that I oversee. And no consultant does less than 3 to 5 assignments in a year. So what's an assignment? An assignment is anything that has got to do anything you can think of from the standpoint of technology. The client has a problem with the cost of his enterprise systems. The client has a problem with the fact that when he walks in, his various system, when he walks into office, his various systems keep going down and do not sync with the global systems. He has a problem with auto face recognition as part of his identity and access management. We are supposed to have answers to any and every problem that has got a business technology interface touch point. Now that being said, okay, so what are the sort of people that we hire? Now I heard a question. KPMG hires from the top rung B schools. KPMG also sometimes hires from not probably the top 10. So how will that person from the not so top 10 B school come and adjust? If see, it's a fair question, but again, what I keep telling everyone is we are not hiring from the standpoint of just from a B school. We're looking for 2 aspects, attitude and aptitude. If you're able to, like Bridge said, go to a problem and make it your own, and then come up with a solution. Okay, that is attitude. If you're able to go to a problem and then go to a client very quickly and say, these are 5 ways to solve it, that is aptitude. If we have both these 2 things very closely interlinked when you communicate with us, you fall into that small set of people that we consider as potential KPMG employees. And of course, such evaluations like what you've been through today is probably an opportunity for you to showcase your expensive wares to us, and we are the buyers in this particular case. But to understand that whenever you talk to us or any other consulting firm, it is these 2 attributes that are most important, and you must take any and every opportunity to embellish those 2 attributes, because we are always watching. Okay, the way you answered a question, the way you were listening to us, the way you emoted during a difficult interlocution between us and you during this entire presentation, you're always being watched. Okay, because we are in the business of watching, observing, analyzing, and talking back to the client, right? So we tick off various mental registers in our mind. So what I was just trying to outline here over the last 5 to 7 minutes was a quick overview of the sort of people that we're looking for, the background that I come from, and what I do. We all want to be successful, but it's a question of the shortest path that you try and take to get to success through legitimate means that actually makes you successful, right? And doing a good job every time. You're known by the last job that you do, and it better be good. Okay, that doesn't mean that you will not have failures. You will have failures in life, but as long as we pick ourselves up, dust our backs, learn, and not make the same mistake again, I think you will get on the shortest path. Okay, so best of luck to all of you. We hope to see all of you. I know not all of you will make it, but at least a lot of you in the next round. And with that, over to you, Yogja.
Vishnu, so that was consulting and what it's all about. With that, we're going to move on to the result, and I think our jury has already highlighted it. They really had a tough time. So thank you, in fact, for making this an incredible day for us. with the energy and the sincerity that you brought to this challenge. Thank you to our jury members for taking out the time on a Saturday to join us and spend their day with us. For teams, as I'd highlighted earlier, we are also evaluating individual team members for pre-placement opportunities with us. We will get in touch with your placement cells. We've already identified a few of you here. And then we'll inform your placecom. So congratulations to those of you who get to hear from us at a later stage. We'd also run 2 competitions today, which was, we were doing a gibberish challenge, which I, got inputs on that there was a lot of excitement around it. The other was the corporate buzzword bingo. So we do have the winners from the corporate buzzword bingo, and you're in store for, we have some Swiggy vouchers in store for you, which will reach you over an email, the latest over this weekend. This is Abhishek Agarwal from Narsimunji, NMIMS Mumbai. And we also have one participant from here, that's Kushagra Srivastava from SPJN, who won the virtual corporate word bingo contest today. So congratulations to both of you. Without further ado, coming to our results, or should I spend some more time just thinking, buy more time from you? And then before I announce the winners, just wanted to let you know that all of you are entitled to a certificate for the KPMG Ideation Challenge. Those of you who qualify for the national finals, which is scheduled on the 27th of Feb, will not get this certificate. You will fight for it in the nationals. The rest of you who do not make it will be eligible for a certificate, and you will receive it over an email. Once I announce the winner names, essentially the people who've qualified for the national finals, technically are national finalists, and this is in no specific order. I would request each team to quickly turn on their video, come on screen, and just share how they're feeling. What's the sentiment? Happy to hear that. So with that, the first team that's qualified for our national finals is Team GT Road from SPJN. Can we have you on the screen, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Great. So what plans now for the national finals?
Ma'am, I would like to appreciate those valuable suggestions which were shared by your mentors. We made a note of that also. So we will definitely try to incorporate them. So yeah, and Tuhir and Kashai, you want to share something?
Maybe after today, but today we'll celebrate a little bit and then we'll sit down again and prepare for the national finals.
All right. Thank you, team. I'm going to request my next team to come up, and I think that name's already come up. Team Deadpool from XLRI. Can we have you on the screen?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we are feeling great, and we just had a class and we just ran from that class right now.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us in the midst of your classes, and we don't want you to get into trouble, so you may head back, but we look forward to having you in the national finals. Thank you.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Great. Congratulations. And the third and the final team that's qualified for our national finals today is Team Blizzcare from GH Raisoni Engineering Campus. Can we have you on the screen, please, Team Blizzcare, in case you're here?
Yeah, we are here.
Hi. Congratulations. So what happens from here now? The national finals is on the 27th of Feb. What's your plan?
Yeah, just getting ready for the same.
Sounds great. Congratulations to all of you once again. And thank you everyone for joining us today and being such a wonderful audience. And thank you to our jury once again. We will see you soon for our national finals on the 27th Feb. It will be live streamed again for an audience, and we have something very exciting planned for you for the next round. So do stay tuned on the D2C handles, on the KI handles, KPMG India handles, and we will keep communicating with you. All of you have a great evening. Take care. Bye-bye.